Afternoon. The talk of the sporting world this week has been how many games, been too many, but by the end of today, matches may wear thin here at the Modus Super Series for some of our top stars. Group C is into its second half, and this is what happened yesterday.
What a start.
Anything about Ross Montgomery winning the match, even that miss isn't a problem. As he tees up double 16, and Ross Montgomery completes another good day at the Super Series.
There's only two more we can do better than that. And he was nearly there, a dart away from being able to have the big money shot.
Amy require 140.
Gonna needs to land something big here. Could this be a game turner?
Game shot.
He needed something big. He gets something big out of nowhere.
Well, it was the young and the old that took gold on day one. Ryan Branley, 16 years of age. Ross Montgomery, 60 years of age, are the top two going into Friday's action. Matthew Edgar is going to be watching it all with us here in the studio. But first things first, let's talk last night. Let's talk Justin Smith, because it could have been so easy to have that disappointment of Group A linger on his shoulders. But a perfect night last night sees him on the cusp of qualification.
Perfect night. It was a good night as well for Justin Smith, and at times just looked absolutely unplayable. Really good darts, great finishes, great all-round game. Something we don't always tag Justin Smith with, because there tends to be those little frailties at times. Maybe tonight is what concerns me a little bit for Justin Smith, because when he gets comfortable, he doesn't have that same level of intensity within his game. He's got to make sure he keeps that tonight, and if he does, it's going to be very hard to beat.
Group B resumes 10 o'clock tonight on the Super Series YouTube channel. But this afternoon is all about Group C, where at the halfway stage you have two players on 8 points in the group, Ryan Branley and Ross Montgomery. We'll begin with Ryan, 16-year-old sensation. Where have you heard that in this building before? But what about him yesterday were you so impressed by? Because there was so much to be impressed with.
I can't single out one thing. The finishing was good. The setup play, the maximums, the timing, the reactions to setbacks, the control, the composure. Do I need to keep going? Like,
you carry on if you want.
I could literally sit here and list off attributes. And not only that, but everyone who was watching saw what we were seeing. We were seeing something special. And I've seen on forums, on Facebook pages, on our own social platforms, everybody talking about Ryan Branley. He was very, very close to a 9-dart leg. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets one. And I tell you what, I think today we're going to see an increase in viewership, because people are going to be aware that there's a special talent on show this afternoon. I
suppose the question I have to ask, I asked this about all players in Ryan's position, is how careful we've got to be to not get over his head? Because he's a great player, you can see that. But how important as well is it just to keep things in perspective as well?
I think that conversation's changed a lot, and probably wrongly it's changed a lot, and that's because what Luke Littler did. Luke Littler, 16 years old, now 17, Premier League champion, World Series finals champion. How many more titles do I have to go before we get the point? Luke Littler has changed that conversation. Before, if we had a 17-year-old player, we'd be talking about it differently, but now they always seem to draw that comparison now to Luke Littler, rightly or wrongly, and he's changed the perception, because actually before, a young player was deemed to be inexperienced, maybe not be up to the task. When now a young player, we know what they're capable of. And it just goes to show, we talk about age being no barrier to this sport when we talk about the top end, when we talk about your Ross Montgomerys, and even when we look at the professional game, age being no barrier. It's now no barrier at the younger age as well, when we're looking at those 16-year-olds. And that has to be a testament to the work that has gone into this sport to lower down the age barrier. There is no age barrier now. We've got young players who are experienced thanks to the JDC, ADC, all those systems that are out there, and I think they can sit back and take a big credit for what we're seeing.
On the other side of the experience scale, Ross Montgomery didn't have the best start in Group A, I think that's fair to say, but yesterday, did it feel like he turned a corner?
Yes, in terms of results, maybe not so in terms of performance. Now, there was good signs in it, absolutely. He played some good darts at times, but he also looked vulnerable. And if there was one of the top two that are going to get dislodged at the moment, you'd say it's more likely to be Ross Montgomery, and he's the one that the players need to get shot at. However, if he starts off with a couple of wins, he's already done the damage. He doesn't need to do much more today. So one more good day and he keeps that perfect record going.
Well, let's have a look at the table going into the final day's play, because as you can see, Ryan Branley and Ross Montgomery both on 8 points respectively. Dan Nichols is the man keeping closest charge to them on 6 points, whilst Jamie Kelly, former weekly winner, is on 4 points. This is how the bookies see today's action, and they go off with Ryan Branley as the 11-8 favourite, Ross Montgomery at 6-4. They're pretty much in keeping with the league table.
Do you know what? Yesterday I picked Ryan Branley to win this group. He was 7-2. I called him the value play. And at 11-8, I still think he's the value play. Yes, you're not getting 7-2, but I think he's the way to go.
18 plus, speedgunaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. And our first game sees Dan Nichols in action. ADC qualifier, first time under the bright lights here in Portsmouth. He takes on Dennis van der Ende, who looks like his hopes will be ending at the end of today's action. But he's hoping to finish on a high. But before it gets underway, we caught up with Dan Nichols earlier on this morning. Dan, first day for yourself here at the Super Series. How do you say it went?
Not too bad. I'll take 3 wins out of 5 on my debut.
You were saying just before we went live, this is the first time you ever done anything like this. What was your first thoughts when you walked through the building?
Not too bad. It was a bit, where am I going sort of thing. Once I settled in, I wasn't too bad.
Let's just talk a little bit about you. Get to know you a little bit better as a player and as a person. Where did your darting journey begin, and how has it taken you to this point?
I've been playing for teams since I was about 12, 13. And then I was kind of give it up a little bit to play football. Mm-hmm. That was my passion. And then obviously as I get older, back to darts.
To a high level of football?
Sort of semi-pro sort of thing. So it wasn't too bad.
Going back in terms of today, as you say, 3 wins on the ball. What do you think, roughly ballpark-wise, you may need to qualify through?
To qualify, I'm going to at least need 4, 5 possibly. So it's going to be tough. But
and if you win that first game, you go joint top of the table. Have you looked at that, or is it just a case of one game at a time?
It is what it is. It'll just be a game at a time. Win what I can, do what I can.
Is this as big as it's been for you in a darting sense?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. To be in the spotlight sort of thing.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Dan. Good luck.
Nice one, thank you.
And his first assignment is Dennis van der Ende on this Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the final day of qualification ahead of tomorrow's finals night here on the South Coast. Intriguing day yesterday as far as Group C was concerned, and a good debut day for Dan Nichols, the 38-year-old from Tipton, former BDO Gold Cup pairs winner. That's a tournament that is very difficult to win, and that shouldn't go under the radar. Up against ADC European qualifier Dennis van der Ende, 33 years of age, from Neobrinen in the Netherlands. And it looks like it's going to be the end of his stint here at the Super Series this week after a few troublesome and challenging days. But he is hoping to finish on a high. Owen Binks is your referee in charge of all of the action. And I'm in the company this afternoon of Matthew Edgar in the commentary box. Hi, Matt.
Really looking forward to this group and seeing how it ends and how it all unfolds. Said yesterday at the start of play, I feel this group's very unassuming. And the fact that it doesn't have the names and the reputations of what we've got in a Group B, but I do think we're going to see some real good quality darts, and Dan Nichols really did contribute to that very highly yesterday. Certainly in his opening game, averaged around about 100 on his debut
43
on the Super Series stage. It's really someone I think is going to grow into his time here at the Super Series, and I think will be encouraged by his time here.
46.
Maybe go out and chase another opportunity, but that's not saying that his time here this week is going to end today, because he is in the running for a place for Saturday. Top 2 qualify, and he starts the day just a couple of points away, and he starts the day against the man who hasn't won a game for 3 days.
And if he wins this game, he will go joint top of the group. And if he wins this game by at least a couple of legs, he will go top
96.
of the group. So he has an opportunity right from the get-go here to set his stall out, and he has left himself on a 2-darter after 12 with Van der Ende nowhere to be seen.
140. Danny McQuarrie, 94. Game shot on the first leg.
Just like yesterday,
Nichols.
hits the ground running. Zero drama, and I think this is
Second
the
leg is
perfect
Dennis
time
to
for
throw
him to be
first.
playing a game here. Game number 1. Because when you're in the situation that he is, great to be going up against the man bottom of the table who's not won a game in 3 days, but also knowing the time that
96.
you're going to be playing. It allows you to get that preparation right, and he's a guy that likes to prepare and get lots of reps in before a
42.
game. And partly that would be down to the rhythm and the pace of which he throws.
Yeah, these two in terms of style
137.
will very much suit one another. This was the final game of
100.
Group C yesterday afternoon. Of course, a game which was won by Dan. And it was a
128.
game that was won quite convincingly by 4-0. Dan averaged 84.5 in that contest, and that was despite missing 9 darts at a
121,
double.
140.
But Van der Ende here has got 6 darts to get his first leg on the board against the Tipton man.
30.
He had a chance yesterday to get a win on the board as well. Ross Montgomery missed 3 match darts on the double 16.
95.
I would love
Dennis
another
McQuarrie,
opportunity.
110.
But he just seems to throw that clanger in at the wrong time, and that 30 with the last visit has just got Dan Nichols back in the leg.
86. Danny McQuarrie,
How
143.
big a last start could that be to leave double 12? Or is it just going to be an academic fort? No, it's not. Van der Ende will come back. 3 darts in
40.
hand and a
Dennis
double to
McQuarrie, 24.
level this contest up at 1 apiece. Nice enough guide. Utilises
Game
it
shot on the
perfectly.
second
17 darter
Dennis
from
Van
Van
der
der Ende to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on. $100.
You get the vibe, don't you, with Dan Nichols, that when he's hitting,
38.
he's one of those players that you look at and go, oh, he could hit this all day. But when he misses, you go, has he ever played darts before? It's one of those sort of
42.
techniques that either looks really, really easy on the eye, or how is he going to correct that? It's sort of an all or nothing.
Which I suppose was
60.
kind of the story of his day yesterday.
There's some really good darts yesterday. Dan Nichols. But the
59.
range of performance, the difference between the best and the worst was around about 22 points. And that's something he's just going to have to tighten up for
96.
sort of a longevity time here at the Super Series. It's a consistency marathon darts battle.
95.
Consistency, the main word when it comes to this particular format, which is why it's not a surprise that the players you see successful here are
100.
the likes of Neil Duff that win multiple weekly titles. Reliability is your biggest strength here.
41.
That's a great point, isn't it? Think about the players that are successful here at the Super Series. Neil Duff, Steve West. If I was to say, tell me an average
100.
for those players, you'd say
164.
88 to 92. And it'd be there all the time.
And the 164 isn't there for Nichols. And so Van der
82.
Ende
Dennis
has got an opportunity
107.
here to get his nose in front with a break of throw as well. If he could take out the 107. Head across for treble 16 with dart number 2.
87.
Will
Danny
leave
McQuarrie,
himself on
82.
double 10 if he gets a poke at it. 82 for Nichols. 1 dart at the bullseye. Does not
39.
go.
Dennis McQuarrie, 20.
Well, this is a big opportunity here for Dennis. Just caught the flight there.
Game shot on the third leg.
That was the important thing
Dennis
about dart
Van der
number 2
Ende.
there. It wasn't a bad thrown dart, he just caught the flight. corrects it,
Fourth leg, it's Dennis to throw first.
understanding
Game on.
the issue. And now, it's got to break a throw. A break a throw that would be very welcomed by Ross Montgomery and
83.
Ryan at the top of the table. Because Dan Nichols is the man closest to chasing them down, but also be very welcome for Dennis van
95.
der Ende, who is looking to get his first win on the board since midday of Monday.
Well, Dennis must have been
100.
hearing what we were writing down in our note compiling this morning, because we were looking at the record for
60.
those games lost, and we were having a little look, and what we could find was 18 from Jack Ray. And Willem Mandiger's also had a pretty
56.
torrid time here in the past as well.
You're good at naming things, aren't you, Henry? So we finished bottom of the table's the wooden spoon. What's the record for the
100.
most losses?
Biggest loser?
The wooden ladle.
92.
It's a bit more diplomatic. Van der Ende leaves himself on the fish to move 3-1 to the
Dennis
good.
require 170.
I should clarify, I'm not calling anybody a loser, by the way.
100 and require 153.
However, this would be a big moment for Nichols to square this contest up at 2 apiece, and he's going to get a dart at double 18.
135.
And that would have been the highest finish of the group.
Dennis requires
The
70.
biggest checkout yesterday, the 141 of Jamie Kelling. And it looks like the bullseye is what's needed for Van der Ende here to move 3-1 to the
shot
good.
fourth leg.
Beautifully pinned,
Dennis van der
recovering well following the missed big number with dart 1. He moves 3-1 to
Looks
the
like it's
good.
Dan to throw
Dan
first.
Nichols,
Game
who could have gone top of the table with a big win here, may well find himself on the back foot, potentially 4 points behind come the end of this round of fixtures.
100.
Fair play to Dennis van der Ende. He's been taking a bit of a thumping for the last 4 days. Yesterday,
60.
averaged 73.01, was 6 from 34 on his doubles across the day. And then he's turned up today where
78.
you would forgive him if he was just turning up to fill his obligation of fixtures, but no. He's turned up, determined as ever, looking for wins,
140.
looking to restore some pride. Reminders of why he's qualified, key word, to be
83.
here at the Super Series.
Qualified by his own right.
$46.
Oh, we've seen in the past, Jimmy Van Schie didn't have the best first appearance here at the
76.
Live Lounge when he qualified, but he won a couple of qualification tickets, and it's fair to say that he has improved ever since. So who's to say that Dennis may have a bit of time away and a bit of time on the practice board and a few
35.
more competitions, plus the experience he's had,
164.
cannot be a glistening player. He's showing signs of it here. And Nichols 6 darts
56.
from 164 to bring it back to 3-2 and to force the Dutchman to serve it out.
Sometimes it's the story of the week as well. When the results start going bad for you, it's easy to let them
60.
continue.
And it require
And
108.
that's just the nature of the beast of the Super Series. You don't get to go home and reset after a defeat. You've got to keep getting back up
100.
there
And it
and
should
try and
require
fix it on the job.
160.
Well, the 160 would have been some way to have completed the job, but Nichols, to keep this game going,
27.
has
And it
got
require
3 in
8.
his hand at double 4. And the first one's a beautiful guide,
Game
and
shot
it's
on the fifth
nestled
leg.
in with the
Dan
second.
Nichols.
Nichols forces Van der Ende here to serve it out. He has the
Sixth leg
darts
is
to
Dennis to throw
complete a
first.
4-2 win, and you'd
Game.
have to say an upset win on the basis of play yesterday. There was a 12-point gap in the averages between this
45.
pair yesterday. Dennis, for the session, 73.01, 17% on the doubles. By contrast,
97.
Dan averaged 85.5 and was 38% when it came to his finishing. 14 hits from 36 attempts. And darts players say it all the time. And sometimes it could be a nagging quote, but sometimes it's a true quote. darts is on the day.
100.
And at the minute, it's being proven to be the case in this fixture.
$90.
Not just on the day, on the moment. But in this moment, Dan Nichols is digging deep. He's fighting hard.
140.
Knows that he's still in the mix. And does know the recent run of Van der Ende, and will probably also be aware that Van der Ende
140
missed
down to
match darts
164.
yesterday when put in a situation to close out the game. Will be wanting a treble to bring it down
94.
to something
Finish
reasonable, and he does.
101.
Still alive. He's getting a match dart.
63.
So that was a nervy
And it
dart
requires
at double
70.
19. The dart of a man who hasn't won for a few days. Nichols has one dart at double 16
54.
to save it. A
Finish
dart that he doesn't
required,
take.
38.
And so Van der Ende goes straight for the double 19 to get his first win since Wednesday afternoon, but he goes low on the
30.
big
And it
number.
requires 60.
And so Nichols has an opportunity here with double 8 to take us all the way.
Game's
He
on the
only needs
sixth
the one
leg.
dart.
Dan
And now
Nichols.
Dan has the darts to win this contest.
That wasn't
Seventh
just
and final leg, it's
darts of a
Dan's
man
throw
trying to win a
first.
match. That was
Game on.
darts of a man trying to break a cycle. He wasn't just throwing that moment. He was throwing those darts as if it was the continuum that we are on.
180.
And just like has happened to him all week, he misses an opportunity, fluffs his lines, and then he sees his opponent kick in with something
60.
big. Dan Nichols already 120 points ahead after just 3 darts. It is his to lose from here.
57.
Now, I feel like if he does win this contest, he's used a great big get out of jail free card. You could probably jet out of jail, but that's probably something a la Grand
100.
Theft Auto. Sure, one of your favourite games, Matt.
Got to think here.
95.
Didn't opt to go downstairs. I mean, he's got a big lead on the scoreboard, but Van der Ende could leave a finish here. This could all unravel.
180.
How one visit can change everything, and suddenly Nichols is on the back foot.
42.
And a dry
Dennis
visit
Shabbat
there,
161.
you can almost say that Dennis is favourite for the match from here. He may take it out here, but he cannot find the treble 17, which would have given him a dart of the bullseye. And so Nichols is looking at the 127 to win the game.
What he has done, though, is he's left it absolutely perfect. 6 amazing darts from Van der Ende.
Bullseye for the match. Grazes the 25, and so
Dennis,
Van der
you
Ende
require
comes back
24.
for double 12 to complete a 4-3 win. And to get his first win since Wednesday, double 6.
No score.
The pain, the agony
required
continues,
25.
and it may well be compounded here because Nichols is going to get 2 in his hand at double 8, and now double 4 to nick it.
17.
But Van der Ende can go back to the start. The
Dennis, you
bittersweet
require
irony of the
24.
hack dart into the single 13 means he can come back for the double 12. But back we go again. Here we go
no
again.
Score. Dan,
I'm feeling it
require
along with
8.
Dennis.
Nichols to eventually get the job done. And now
4.
he's missed a truckload
Dennis,
at
you
double to win the
require
contest.
24.
His third time the charm for Van der Ende at double 12. Back for double 6 again. This time he finds. And at the third time of asking for the match, he wins. And for the third time since Wednesday, Dennis Van der Ende has won a match. A huge relief for the Dutchman as he gets the better of Dan Nichols by 4 legs to 3. A defeat that could be so costly in Nichols' assault for the top 2. It gives Brandley and Montgomery a little bit of daylight in those particular positions. And we are going to see the 16-year-old sensation in action after the break against Jamie Kelling, a former weekly winner here.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah,
There was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only. Definitely
he
not
thinks
only.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We are giving the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
that is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that double 7 up. And he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone with Relics.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit
Second dart.
calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
He picked up a couple of wins on his opening day, where yesterday it was all about this young man, Ryan Branley, former Development Tour quarter finalist from Newcastle. The Tyneside Tungsten Ace, who very much did burst onto the scene here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he really has been the talk of the town as far as the sport is concerned. And you were saying something in the introductions in the studio early on this afternoon, Matt, that you think that the interest of this afternoon session
96.
may quell and may just continue to grow as a consequence of what this lad did yesterday.
Unquestionable. What he did yesterday was absolutely
140.
spectacular. We know all the stats, all the data. We've seen the clips. They've been very heavily watched. People are talking about Ryan now.
97.
The question is, will he do it again? And I saw nothing within his game yesterday that would suggest that he can't. I would even go one more and suggest that maybe he could do even better.
98.
Up against Jamie Kellink, who had a day which is kind of below par for the very high standards that we expect from him these days. He's
89.
been here for the very start of this project, but I think he's become more now of a player that used to come here and fill up spots, but also now come here as a contender. And actually by playing
100,
here,
Ryan, you
it's
require
given him a burning desire to
132.
play in other things and other competitions. He's even said he may give Q-School a go in 2025. Branley looking to get off to the perfect start, but able to pin the
92. Jamie require
132. But will
110.
need tops after 12 to possibly get the break if Kelling cannot find the 110. And he's not going to. And so Branley's going to get 3 darts at tops here
46.
to win the first leg.
Ryan require 40.
Starting the day as he finished yesterday.
Game shot in the first leg.
That
Ryan
real
Branley.
key strength was the finishing yesterday. Good functionality there. It was the third dart, which gives him
Second leg, it's Ryan to
33%.
throw
But the most
first.
important thing
Game on.
is Jamie Kelling didn't get an opportunity to come back to the board. A solid break of throw there for Ryan Bramley, who I think is
58.
pretty much, well, nothing's nailed on, is it, in this sport, but I expect to see him here tomorrow night. And I really am interested to see how he gets on when the big money matches are there, and you just get a little bit of instant feedback
41.
from the audience.
Well, that defeat for Dan Nichols in the previous game to Dennis van der Ende has helped his hopes. If he wins this game against JK, he moves 4 points clear of 3rd place, and that's guaranteed at the end of the round with just 8 more points to play for. And it should be noted that the meeting between him and Montgomery isn't until the 4th round of fixtures for the day, so he can make some real headroom very, very quickly
98.
in this group and almost put it in his own hands going into the final couple of rounds of matches. And he's kicked off well here. He's averaging just under a ton after a leg and a half. He's left himself on 205 after 9, and having got the break in leg 1, looks in a very good position to hold in leg 2.
165.
Again, spectacular scoring here from Ryan Bramley. 12 darts in the first leg to leave tops, 12 darts
83.
in the second to leave tops. Elite power scoring,
Game shot on the second
elite
leg.
finishing,
Ryan
elite
Bramley.
player.
28 darts for his first 2 legs. Ryan
Well,
Bramley
it's
averaging
Jamie to throw
107.36. 50% on his doubles. And actually, just having a look at his scoring power play, he's had no ton plus scores, no 180s. 4 scoring visits, though, of 140 plus.
I use the word elite. It's the only one you can use at the moment to
100.
describe Ryan Bramley. It's not just really, really good solid darts here at the Super Series. This would stand up in any arena in the world.
46.
For Ryan, this
38.
experience, everything about it is just an absolute bonus for him. In some senses, yes, there's his own expectations. There's always going to be when you enter an arena. But
58.
from the outside going in, everything about this was all about bonuses for him. And no matter what happens from here on in, whatever happens today or tomorrow or however it
40.
transpires, this is a campaign to be proud of. And maybe just the beginning of an emergence of another star here at the Super Series.
Well, he's going to get a chance to get
140.
feedback here. He's going to get a chance to look and learn, and he'll be able to watch back that last shot and that situation. Look at the numbers. The 58 shot, leaving him on 3-4-3. Switch across to the 18s, but left the shot alive. So these are the things that you do get to learn by watching it back, not things that you get to see through playing and trying to work it out.
164.
Well, he's not going to take out the 164 for the double break. Kelling hasn't had a dart at a double
58.
yet
Jamie
in this
McQuarrie,
contest.
58.
That's bound to change here, and he's going to get 2 in his hand at tops.
Game
And it
shot on the
goes back
third
to
leg.
2-1. Just
Jamie
keeps Ryan
Kelly.
Bramley on his toes.
4th leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Jamie Kelling was the 2-1 favourite to win this group at the start of play yesterday.
140.
A lot more value around him this morning, around about the 9-1 mark. If he's going to do that, he has to beat Ryan Bramley. He has to beat Ross Montgomery, those players at the top of the table.
180.
And Jamie's just one of those players that's so difficult to beat because it doesn't matter what the situation is in a game. He's just going to stick in there. He's going to linger around in legs and just make it hard work for you.
96.
And in this game, 2-0 down, and is asking Ryan a couple of questions here. But Bradley's coming up with the
135.
answers. Leaves himself first to a finish, but Kelling with a 2 treble turn will be able to leave himself on a 2-darter.
96. Ryan McQuarrie, 126.
Very much in the melting pot, this leg. Now one of them needs double six. Single leaves the bullseye. Bullseye it is. Bullseye it's not
101.
got. And so
Jamie
Kelling to
McQuay,
turn this game around
129.
from 2-0 down to 2-2. Looking at the 1-2-9. He's hoping for a treble to leave the bullseye. And he's going to get a poke at the bull. But he
85.
drifts wide of the target. And so
25.
Bradley will return for 3-1 lead.
Game
No
shot
mistake.
the 4 flag.
14
Ryan
darter.
Branley.
In matter of fact, the legs that he has won in this game, he's been
against Jamie
averaging
to throw
14
first.
darts for it.
Game on.
15, 13, 14. 3-1 to the good is Ryan Branley.
140.
It's not because Jamie Kelling hasn't turned up. Jamie Kelling's performance has been one of his very best he's produced so far this week, averaging 93 here.
180.
But it's just that Ryan Branley has got gears, he's got levels. And those levels seem to be a step above everyone at the moment here in
100.
this Group C.
$60.
What is it with all these 16-year-olds that turn up here at the Super Series and then stealing the big prizes off of the big
100.
players?
It's crazy, isn't it, what's achievable at 16 years old? I mean, can you remember what you was doing at 16, Henry? What was it, 2 weeks ago?
43. Jamie McQuay.
Commentating on Ryman
161.
League football. Triple 17 will not persevere because Branley's not on a finish. And will leave
129.
himself on double 16 after 12. As you mentioned, Kelling averaging 95 here has not been a poor performance by any stretch of the imagination. He's just been suppressed by the brilliance of Branley in this game.
58.
But if he can pin
Jamie
this,
McQuay,
he will
32.
force the man from the northeast to serve it out in the next. And that's
James
exactly
on
what
the
he'll
fifth
do
flag.
with a
Jamie
14
Kelly.
darter of his own.
6 flag, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. 80. $100.
The bounce out becomes really effective. Should Ryan Branley lose the line? Should he slip
140.
into the 5 or 1? Because that'll force him into hitting an extra treble. However, no problems here. There haven't
46.
been any problems for Ryan. He's just dealt with every issue that has come his way. And that is a beautiful marker. Expect him to find one.
60.
That's why you saw the disappointed look, which we rarely see across the face of Ryan.
That's mainly because he hasn't had a lot to be disappointed about here on his
41.
debut at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And I highly doubt it's going to be the only appearance that we see from him here, barring him winning a tour card at the beginning of 2025.
121.
Left himself on bang on a ton after 12. To complete a 4-2 win,
Ryan McQuay, 100.
which would put him 4 points clear with Dan Nichols in third place in the table. Was heading down for trouble 16 because the first dart
52.
stuck up and Kelling wasn't on and out. So this
58.
to
Ryan McQuay,
cross the
48.
finishing line and to put himself onto 10 points in the group. 16 leaves double 16. Double 8. And Ryan Branley moves on to 10 points in the group. He has a 4-point buffer from Dan Nichols in third spot. And this dream debut for this 16-year-old sensation shows no signs of stopping on Friday afternoon. He is deposed of a former weekly winner in Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 2. And he's done it in some fashion. 94.48. the average. His first 3 legs won in that match were in 15, 13 and 14. Kelling had a 14 darter of his own. He played okay, but it's Branley who prevails. Coming up after the break, Ross Montgomery can also put himself on 10. He can also open up a 4-point gap on Dan Nichols if he can beat Darren Barton after this short break.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! Marvin Van Velzen!
Memories of MVV being the MVP at the end of Series A, but we're very much in the crux of Series 9. And before the break, we saw Ryan Branley, who's fast emerging as the story of the series so far. Get the better with Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 2. Legs of 15, 13 and 14 to get his first 3 on the board. 50% on his finishing and moving on to 10 points in the group. That's exactly the figure that Ross Montgomery can move on to if he wins this game. The twice Dutch Open champion, doing so in 2014 and 2020. 61 years of age from Glasgow. He would eclipse Paul Hogan as the oldest weekly winner if he was to win this week, up against Darren Barton, the 41-year-old from Uckfield. And he'll be hoping that today isn't a case of Yuckfield for him, because it would mean that there'll be a departure from the live lounge swiftly back up the A3 from the end of today's proceedings. He picked up 4 points yesterday and 13 legs too.
Game on.
But I think it's fair to say, Matt, that the story of Darren's week has been, when it's good, it's been good. But maybe the one thing, whenever his journey ends here, to work on is perhaps just tightening up on that B game a little bit.
So what you're saying is, when there was up, there was up, and when there was down, there was down.
Now, the grand old Duke of York.
I'm fully in agreement. He's got all the attributes. He's got all the moments. He needs to gel them together.
But this is what the Super Series can do, because he's got 25 games on the stage. And of course, he can still get through to tomorrow night. He needs to win this game realistically to give himself the best possible shout. But what he does have is 25 games where he can look back at everything analyse things in the right way,
140.
and then look at what, first of all, most importantly, what went right. And I think a lot of people forget about that side of it.
100% can't agree with you more. Everyone looks at the percentage of the game they
140.
don't have rather than building on the bits they do. And you don't find the bits that you are missing by focusing on the bits you are missing. You find them by building on your strengths. You are absolutely right.
And then by doing that,
100.
the other bits just kind of go hand in glove. And by doing that, you become a more complete player. And there definitely is a player there, that's for sure. We've seen enough evidence of it over the last 4 days. And he's going to be
60.
first to a finish here.
Darren,
161 to take out the
161.
opening leg. Well, 161 isn't going to go.
99.
Can Ross the boss make the 156? Great first start. Perfect life for a second to join it. But unable to utilise. And so Barton will return
100.
for the break. 62 to put him 1-0 up.
62.
I think the break was the real key word there. Gonna get one dart at double 16. Stares it down.
30. Russia required
Can't pierce the
56.
target.
And this could pierce the hopes of Barton if this 56 goes. Montgomery's got 2 at tops. Double 10
Game
is
shot the
found.
first
Montgomery
leg.
1-0 up.
Ross
And actually
Montgomery.
his doubling was his key attribute, key strength yesterday.
Second leg, it's
Overall
Darren to throw
daily
first.
average of
Game.
84.94, but when it came to his finishing, 39.5%, 17 hits from 43 attempts. Only Ryan Branley had a
121.
better doubles ratio than that of the Scot. Man with a great pedigree, a great CV.
100.
I think he'll be the first to admit that it never quite happened for him at the Lakeside. He did make a quarter-final. That's the best part of a decade ago, that quarter-final defeat to Martin Adams. But twice a
140.
Dutch Open winner, which many regard as the hardest Open tournament to win. To win it once is an achievement. To do it twice, you've got to be some player.
81.
I've been to the Dutch Open on one occasion, and I can certainly vouch for the difficulty of the event. Maybe not so
60.
much in regards to the modern day standards. You're not going to have to be averaging in the 90s every single game. But for the mental side, the fatigue side, when you're playing in an Open with 5,000 plus entries with
56.
hundreds of boards across multiple rooms, big breaks between games, and one of the strangest rules I've ever heard, which some of our viewers may not have heard before either.
140.
Winner marks.
See, for me, that's a tournament that I absolutely love. Well, Barton here is left tops after 12 to
100. Darren, you require.
return this game
40.
to a level score. Great guide. Cannot find it. Open bet at double 10.
20.
Does not go, and he hopes that
Russia require
Ross has got a
164.
boss-size finish in his locker. The 164 doesn't go, and so Barton will return for double 10 to square this contest back up.
92. Darren, you required 20.
He's a performance, averaging around about 95, but has missed 4 darts at a double thus far. Make that 5. And he misses this one. He could be in huge trouble.
50.
He could be on the cusp of a 2-0
Russia
deficit.
requires 72.
What did I say at the start of the game? Gelling it all together has kind of been the issue for Darren Barton.
$60. Darren, you require
You
5.
feel that we're getting into must-hit territory here because the blows are starting to wear here for Darren. takes an extra moment on this occasion. He knows the importance of this dart.
Game shot the second leg.
And then finds the
Darren
double two
Barton.
to level up at WONDERKID. And I just wonder about the
leg against
mindset
Ross throw
of
first.
players like
Game.
Darren that come into the Super Series. They play well but miss opportunities. When you get to the last day of it, when you get to the Friday of it, and you've seen players take advantage of what you have missed all
45.
week, when you then have that opportunity and your opponent sat on a finish, does it become not a desperate stage, but a stage of you forget about what you can do to control situations, but if I don't hit this, my opponent will.
43.
Well, with the benefit of social media these days, we can quite often understand what the players are thinking because they quite happily post it and give us a bit of an insight. That's what Darren Barton's been doing on his
100.
Facebook page. Every single day has been giving us a little update into how he's felt it went. And yesterday, he put that he didn't enjoy the day. He had a blurry eye and just
58.
couldn't relax. Spent every game doubting himself. Will try to relax tomorrow and enjoy my last day. So there's a couple of things we can take from that. Let's dissect that a little bit. First of all,
85.
will try to relax, which means maybe he doesn't know what the problem was. Blurry eye. We've all had this. That's a sign of pressure. That's a sign of nerves, which goes in line with what he's kind of explaining here. The other
100.
thing you can get is a little flickery eyelid as well, which is very, very irritating because it just throws off that sort of sighting of the dart. But the most important thing for me is the fact he says,
60.
and enjoy my last day. That suggests that he doesn't think Saturday is going to be happening.
Well, Saturday will be happening, whether Darren Barton's there or not, and you can be
140.
here on Saturday night. More information to come in the coming legs about how you can be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ross in a great position to be there. Ryan Branley is
91.
very much in the hot
Darren
seat to
Ibaquois,
be here on
160.
Saturday night. But as Darren Barton got a big moment in the locker, the 160 for the break just dips below.
Well, we know from that social media post there's a lot of doubt in that
100.
head. He
Require
needs a big shot, a big
120.
moment like that, you feel, just to change that thought process. But this could just confirm it for him.
80. Darren requires 60.
So for the break at a 2-1 lead, Barton should get two at tops. Just moves across to the right-hand side. Open bed a double 10.
50.
Does not go. And
Russia
Darren
require
Barton is
40.
1 from 11 when it's come to the doubling in this game. And Montgomery could take full advantage of that. Will take full
Game
advantage
shot
of that,
the
but
third
perhaps
leg.
just as
Ross
interestingly,
Montgomery.
at the back of the stage, Darren Barton wiping his face
Fourth
down
leg
with a
is Darren to
towel.
throw first.
He's not going to throw it in,
Game on.
but I think psychologically that may well be a huge blow for him.
$59. $26.
What will Darren be thinking? What will be whirling around his mind right now?
Well, we know what's whirling around his mind. He's
59.
literally told us on the Facebooks. Doubts. Anticipation. Uncertainty. And the only way that that's going to
99.
change, let's split the hockey down into two. We've got the dartboard, we've got the hockey, we've got the player. The only way that player is now going to be affected because he's learning on the job is if the dartboard, the thing on the other side of the hockey, starts telling him
134.
it's going well. He needs to see a run of results, a run of success. And certainly being 1 from 11 on the outer ring isn't going to promote that.
98.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Matt, but if you are a fan of tightly contested Group C's, today may not be the session for you, because there is a possibility if Montgomery wins this game, here with Ryan Bradley be 4 points clear of Dan Nichols, who has to play Ryan
99.
in the next one. Montgomery takes on Jamie Kelling, and so there's a possibility that by the end of the second round of fixtures, the top two could well be 6 points clear of the rest of the pack with just 6 points left to play for. And so this could well be a seismic
58.
game in terms of whether there's going to be a genuine competitive race for the two spaces from this group into tomorrow night, or whether it may well be a full-blown, full-gone conclusion that Ross and Ryan will prevail.
Well, you hate to be the bearer of bad news,
98.
Henry, but I have to agree in what you see. I think this one could be done quite early. Darren Barton
45.
may have other
Aaron
ideas, though.
52.
He could still throw us the curveball.
Double 16, and he has got 6 on here for a level match. Well, you could
No
tell
score.
that first dart was awkward. He tried to float it over the top. He clipped the flight of that dart in the single 16 and has bust the score. And importantly, because he's bust the score, he's going to have to burn a dart upon his return.
97.
And it's going to be under pressure, this
Darren Iraquois,
52.
52.
Montgomery sat poised for the break if this does not go and decides to change the tack. 12 for tops. Open bed. Great guide, but he cannot use it. And so
Russia requires
Montgomery, who
78.
looked like a bystander in this leg, could well take it and get a break of throw and move 3-1 in front if he can take out the 78. If he can take out tops. And he
Game
duly
shot,
obliges.
four flag.
And that is a
Ross
leg that is
Montgomery.
going to severely hurt Darren Barton. He's been broken,
it's Ross
not
to
just
throw
in terms of
first.
throw, but
Game
it could well be a break of his mental spirit. And Montgomery here has the darts for the match.
When you feel like that mental spirit was just hanging on by a thread as it was.
85.
Should he lose this game? Maybe. That's when that sort of doubts, that fear removes.
140.
Maybe it feels the game's gone already. Sometimes you can get in that situation where you think, I've lost this game now, I've let it slip. And all of a sudden, you just start producing your very best.
41.
Well, he's beware the player that's playing with a bit of freedom.
$100.
And look, as the game he's very much had in the palm of his hands. He's missed 14 darts at a double in this game. And Ross Montgomery, who at times has had to play this game on the back foot and has taken advantage of the opportunities that he has been afforded, may well be in a position now to hammer this game
55.
home, to put himself onto 10 points and to put himself in a pretty position in terms of qualification.
$65.
Feels like all or nothing now for Darren.
$96. Russia require 130.
Well, this is for the match and for 10 points in the group. Perfect guide. Bullseye for the match.
105.
But the boss is going to have to
Darren
wait a
require
little bit
110.
longer to move on to double digits.
He may have to wait a lot longer.
$78.
But the double 16
requires
doesn't go for the
25.
110, and so Montgomery will return for 25 to take out a 4-1 victory. But he's missed the big number. 11 left. One dart in his hand at double 4 to get the win. And that dart is not found, and so Barton to keep this game ticking along. Look at a double 16. Again, that inside dart is awkward. And again, he latches it low into the double and bursts the score.
4.
And that could be that. Montgomery double 2 to move on to 10 points. Darren Barton cannot look, but he's going to get another chance to save this game.
32.
The anguish of the Scot. Is it going to be met with relief? Yes, it is.
Score.
Because that
Ross, you require 2.
could well signal that. 22 missed darts at a double in this game from Darren Barton. And once again, Ross Montgomery picks up the pieces. He moves on to 10 points in the group. He has a 4-point lead from Dan Nichols in 3rd position. And it looks like the top 2 are very well placed at the end of the first round of fixtures. This is how the game went from a statistical sense. Montgomery running out a 4-1 winner with an average of 74.05, 4 from 16 on the doubles. Darren Barton there missing 22 at the outer ring. And so the top 2 look in a very good position, and if Ryan Branley beats Dan Nichols, he'll be 6 points in front of 3rd place with just 6 points left to play for. That game is coming up after the break.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. What a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Gage
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ross Montgomery got the better of Darren Barton by 4 legs to 1, and it means that the top 2 find themselves on 10 points. Ryan Branley and Ross Montgomery both on that figure. Branley leads the table by just a solitary leg in terms of legs difference, and he can move 6 points clear with Dan Nichols of a win here, and there'd be just 6 points for both him and Dan to play for. Winning this
First
game would
leg,
see
it's Ryan
Branley
to
on the
throw
hill.
first.
Just
Game
one more
on.
win would mathematically see him over the finishing line, and realistically it would take a bit of a miracle to depose him from that
140.
particular position. And the way he's been playing, you find it difficult to see him dislodged from the top of the table.
Oh, absolutely. Favourite coming into it
41.
today, and favourite now pretty much for every single game, and strong favourite as well. The odds compilers reacting to what we've seen so
90.
far from Ryan Branley. No odds against around him for the rest of the day. It's all odds on from here.
180.
However, Dan Nichols is a difficult customer, although he did lose his opening game to Dennis van der Ende in a last leg decider. That ended Ender's
101.
poor run of form. Branley looking for the fish.
Well, we talk about the fact he's
Ryan
done
McQuarrie,
pretty much everything
107.
so far this week. One thing he hasn't got is that biggest finish of them all. I do feel it is on the horizon.
56. $59. Ryan McQuarrie,
14 to
114.
take out the opening leg. Triple 18. Gives himself a dart at tops. Dips just
94.
below, and now he
Danny
hopes that
McQuarrie,
Nichols cannot
144.
find the 143.
$43. Ryan, you require 20.
To keep the good times going, double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
it
first
goes
leg. Ryan
17
Branley.
darts to start. Ryan Branley 1-0 up.
Second leg,
This
it's
is
Dan
actually
to
the
throw
one
first.
appropriate
Game
time
on.
where I can say the phrase that Ryan Branley hopes to be 17 going under, because he's from Newcastle, the hometown
59.
of artist Sam Fender. And he's on the borders in terms of qualification here. Throwing some hypersonic missiles.
140.
But Dan Nichols needs to hope that this
125.
scoring barrage doesn't get him down.
$37.
But will we talk about Branley's success tomorrow night? That's the big question.
I think it'd be a
134.
very popular result amongst our viewers, but there is a lot of obstacles in his way. First of all, he's got to confirm his place there, which, as we know, when that finishing line
60.
gets a little bit more in sight when you've got to take those last couple of steps. They're the hardest ones to do. We know that Andreas Harrison, a
54.
former series winner here before at the Super Series, is awaiting on Saturday night. We expect that Justin Smith's going to be in there. It's going to be a very high quality Saturday evening.
97. Danny McQuarrie, 129.
129 for Dan. Double 12.
105.
Does
Ryan
not
McQuarrie,
go, but a bit of a
167.
scare that for Ryan, who is looking for the 167 for the break at a 2-0 lead. Doesn't go at this particular juncture, and so Nichols will
57.
return for
Danny
24
McQuarrie,
to
24.
level this contest up.
12. Ryan, you require
Missed
110.
his fair share of doubles today as Dan missed 11 in his game against Van der Ende. He's already missed 4 here. And runs the risk of going 2-0 down.
85.
Branley misses the ball for the
Danny
110.
require 12.
Double free down
James
to the
on the
bottom of the
second
board.
Dan
But no
Nichols.
problem for Dan Nichols as he equalises this contest
Third
up
leg,
at
it's
one
Ryan
apiece.
to throw first. Game on. $42.
It's been interesting watching Ryan Branley and the different
140.
sort of scenarios he's in. Right now he's in a battling scenario. Right now he's in one of those where the A game's not coming to him freely. You've got to
58.
dig a little bit deeper Sometimes you can start getting frustrated and start getting distracted. We're going to
100.
get to see him from a different angle here, you feel, in this one, because he's getting embroiled.
$137.
Ryan very much telling us where he's from, isn't he? With the blue star
57.
stripe, blue star, shall I say, on the flight, which is the symbol of the famous ale brand from that particular city, and the black and white stripes of the
100.
Magpies, Newcastle United.
Well, he's using Chris Dobie equipment, isn't he? Chris Dobie darts, Chris Dobie flights.
94. Ryan
Bit of
Require,
a Newcastle
164.
legend in the darting world.
$89. Daniel Require, 110.
On 10 for a 2-1 lead. And for treble 18 to leave the subsequent double. And so Brandy will return for 75 to
75.
put himself 2-1 in front. And he's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 12. Sixers.
63.
Clips the wire and presents
Daniel
Nichols with a
70.
break opportunity here. Double 9.
52.
That's what he's looking at.
Ryan
And double
Require,
9.
12.
He's unable to find. And so Brandy will return. This
Gage
time he
on the
pins the
third
double
leg.
6
Ryan
to
Brandy.
move 2-1 in front.
This is more than just the
Well,
game
it's
we're
down to
watching.
throw
This is
first.
more than
Game.
just a race to 4. This is very, very significant in that league table. Ryan Brandy
28.
wins this. He will move 6 points clear of a qualification place. There is the live in-play table as things stand. Dan Nichols, the
100.
closest rival. Jamie Kellin and Darren Barton just off in 4 and 5 at the moment. They're on 4 points. So this round of
59.
fixtures, they can only get to 6. So Branley would be firmly in the top 2 with only 6 points still to play for. If he
96.
can finish the job.
You wouldn't quite say he's home and hosed, but he'd be fairly close towards the finishing line in terms of qualification.
134.
He is guaranteed another appearance here because of his performances in the ADC Vault.
138.
He won the Series 8 worth of qualifiers in that competition, and that effectively qualifies you to play in
97.
Super
Ryan
Series
Require,
10.
167.
Nichols actually winning Series 7's qualifiers to play here in MSS9. And we saw
127.
last week, didn't we, Carl Wilson, who came through that particular system, how well he played.
97. Ryan Require, 40.
That system unearthing some real gems. There's another gem being unearthed here at the Super Series. And he's looking at double 10 for a 3-1 lead in the break of throw.
20.
He cannot find.
Daniel Require, 86.
Treble 15 tops. Decide to go treble 17 to
36. Ryan Require, 20.
And so Branley double 10 for a 3-1 lead in the break. In it
Games on the
goes, 16
fourth leg.
darter.
Ryan
Branley one
Branley.
away, has the darts of the match.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game.
Is one away from hitting the required amount of points that would be needed. It'd only be legs that could catch him. So any sort of big win is just going to
78.
move him closer and closer to the finishing line when he's getting wins of the 4-1s and the 4-0s that he's been getting.
And to put it
81.
into perspective, if he wins this game by 4 legs to 1, he'll move on to 12 points plus 12 in terms of legs difference. Whereas Nichols would be on +1, so there'd be an 11-leg
60.
gap in that particular metric. We sort of take a break
100.
from that portion of the table in our next game. The bottom two, Darren Barton and Dennis van der Ende, go head-to-head, and then Jamie Kelling
128.
against Ross Montgomery rounds off the second cycle of fixtures,
100.
where we could pretty much know where the land lies in terms of the table, in terms of who's going through.
121.
This young man is showing no signs of relenting.
135.
And he has 114 points from here to seal a 6th win in 7 games. And he could do so with a ton topper. But the tops goes just above the wire.
Match saving shot. He's going to get 2 darts.
65.
He needs
Ryan,
more.
you require
And the likelihood
40.
is he's not going to be getting any more because Ryan's finishing has been faultless.
He has been faultless. And he is on the brink. Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old from Newcastle upon Tyne, is 1 game away from qualifying for finals night here at the Modus Super Series. He gets the better of Dan Nichols by 4 legs to 1. In terms of points, he can't be caught. The only metric now that could stop him is legs difference. And he's in a very good position there, where he has an 11-point swing on 3rd place. He is on the cusp of qualification. Coming up after the break, it is Dennis van der Ende and Darren Bartons, the bottom 2, going toe-to-toe.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
This is where... Hang on, wow. One about right there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes
2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson protect himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ryan Branley got the better of Dan Nichols by 4 legs to 1. We break from the top end of the table and have a look at the bottom end of it, because we have the bottom 2 going toe-to-toe in our 5th game of the session. As Dennis van der Ende and Darren Barton go toe-to-toe. As far as these two mornings are concerned, Dennis van der Ende snapped out of a losing streak, which began on Wednesday afternoon, beating Dan Nichols by 4 legs to 3, whilst for Darren Barton, he missed 22 darts at a double in defeat to Ross Montgomery by 4 legs to 1. So how
Dennis to throw first.
is Darren going to respond, and could Dennis get on a bit of a winning roll here at the Live Lounge? We are about to find out.
89.
How ironic would it be if Van der Ende goes all that time without a win and then goes back to back? But if he's going to do that, he's got to beat Darren Barton for the first time. A player he has played already
180.
4 times this week. And the result, 4-0 in favour of Darren Barton. And that may just give
56.
Darren Barton that little bit of confidence. Darren Barton may also now feel the race is run in regards to his qualification place. And we may just start to see him settle into this a little bit more.
45.
Beware the players with nothing to lose, and that's kind of what the pair have here. There is a financial incentive, of course, depending on what
42.
position you finish in the league table. But ultimately, the players only come here looking for one thing, and that is to make it through to Saturday. And so with those hopes pretty much quashed for this
100.
pair, they could just relax for the final 4 games that they have in this building in this week 2 of Series 9.
58.
And Barton here has 6 from 176 to take out the opening leg against Fro.
100.
Steady enough start, but there wasn't really an issue in terms of his scoring against Ross. It was the multitude of missed doubles
59.
that
Darren
was
number
his undoing. And he has
76.
got 6 from here from the 76 to take out the opening leg against the Dutchman. And he's going to get 2 in his hand at double 8. Tony
Game
needs the
shot
1,
on
perhaps
Thursday.
ironic. 14
Darren
darter
Barton.
break of foe for Darren Barton to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw
Well, so
first.
ironic considering how
Game-
many doubles he missed in the opening game. 1 from 23 attempts. He could have been in the mix. He's been
140. 131. 100. 97. 100.
much better this from Barton. Just playing, like you suggest, with a little bit of freedom right now.
180. Darren number 161.
Van der Ende hitting the maximums today. Second of the day. Didn't hit any yesterday.
97. Danny Chivok 193.
We saw him get very edgy at the end of the last game on the doubles.
68.
He tried to
Darren
force that
number
one past into
164.
the smallest target on the board.
So, 64. Double 8 again. This is for back-to-back 14s.
48.
But the missed
Dennis
doubles
Chivok
become an issue again for Darren Barton. And so Van der Ende, 25, double 8. For 14
Games
of
on the
his
second
own.
leg.
It may well be
Dennis
a
van der
battle
Ende.
between the bottom 2 in the table, but it is a contest that has been
So look at
fairly good
Dennis
so
to throw
far.
first.
A pair of 14 darters apiece and 1 apiece the score.
$91. 100.
Darren Barton may feel like that was a leg that slipped away from him there. He opened it very strongly. Wasn't able to
100.
close it out. And Van der Ende is actually starting to gain a little bit of consistency.
55.
However, I bet he's having that natural feeling of every dart player in this situation.
140.
When you free up and you flow a bit more, he must be thinking, where was this at the beginning of the week? He's left himself for the fish, though, and he's got plenty of time in this leg to turn a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead.
90.
Gives himself an 80 after 12. Good leg this from Dennis.
$99. Dennis, you require 80.
20 for tops. To the top of the board. And on top in this contest. For 1-0 down, Dennis van der Ende leads 2-1.
And for the first time,
Darren to throw first.
quite possibly, since he beat Ross Montgomery, Dennis van der Ende has become the odds-on favourite to win a darts match here at the Super Series.
137. $140.
What do you think this pair would have learnt from their experience
82.
this week at the Live Lounge?
I don't think there'd be anything new here for them. I think they've got everything they expected.
96.
I think they probably both knew they had to produce their A game. They've shown it at times, and I mean, this is brilliant from Van der Ende.
62.
When you think about how his week's gone so far, that one win's changed everything. He's averaging 92.5. And that average continues to climb.
133.
This is the performance of the week for Van der Ende and just shows what one win, one result can do and how it can change everything. Imagine, after 3 days of going through the card without a win, if he was to turn it around and win all 5.
Well, we have seen it before where
53.
cards have been reversed in opposite
132.
directions. James Richardson did it in week 7 of Series 1. Where on the Tuesday he won all 5
60.
games. The Wednesday he lost all 5 games. And
167.
Thursday he won all 5 games. I'm sure you'll remember it well. Triple 18. Would have given him a dart to the bullseye.
99. Dennis, you require 72.
16. Leaves tops of Van der Ende to get the
Game
break
shot
and
the
leave
fourth
3-1.
leg.
And as you
Dennis
say,
van der
Matt,
Ende.
that first win is just giving him so much more confidence to
leg, it's
move forward. It
Dennis
wasn't
to
a
throw
great
first.
performance in that
Game on.
game against Dan Nichols, but just the release and the relief of just winning that first game has unlocked a new level to this man.
131.
And he'll be wondering where this has been all week.
59.
The players will probably be grateful it hasn't been there all week because this is a performance well above the group average.
100.
And like I said earlier, reminding us of the reason of which he qualified to be here at the Super Series.
60.
Yep, won an ADC European qualifier. He's won a couple of ADC European qualifiers as
81.
Dennis van der Ende in the past. And you have to be a quality operator to win one of them.
100.
Well, he's got around about 100 points advantage on the scoreboard and he's driving home that advantage. He needed a lot of match darts to get over the line in the last game.
135.
Well, it looks like he's going to get a lot of match darts. He's going to have the time he needed, but certainly playing a lot better than he was
60.
about an hour ago.
You require 54.
Tops of the match. Now double 10.
34.
Doesn't go this time, but there wasn't a necessity to.
$100. Dennis, you require 20.
Double 10 to complete back-to-back wins for Dennis van der Ende. A 4-1 success against Darren Barton means that he moves on to 4 points in this group, and suddenly a top 4 finish isn't out the equation for Dennis van der Ende. It's been a fantastic Friday for him so far. An average of 92.32, 4 from 7 on the doubles. He beats Darren Barton by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Jamie Kelling takes on Ross Montgomery. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Dennis van der Ende got the better of Darren Barton by 4 legs to 1. It may have been a battle between the bottom two, but it was a highly enjoyable one. In fact, it's the first game today where both players have averaged in excess of 90. A 4-1 win for Dennis, his second win in as many matches, and his second win of the group. Well, Ross Montgomery can play a game of darting dodgems here, because he can wipe out 3 players with one fell swoop. If he wins this game against Jamie Kelling, both JK, Barton and van der Ende will see the end of the road as far as their hopes in Series 9 are concerned. But if Kelling can win this one, it's still unlikely that he makes it through, but he just gives himself a outside glimmer of progression.
58.
But for Ross, if he wins this, him and Ryan Branley are in the perfect position, because they're one win away of making it through. Branley takes on Barton in the next one, and again, effectively, it is a double dodger match, because if Branley beats Barton, then it's all over bar the shouting, and that's regardless potentially of what happens in this game.
I'm going to give you some expert punditry here, Henry. I think you're getting dodgems and bumper cars mixed up.
80.
Dodgems is a clue in the title. You're meant to dodge the obstacles. Bumper cars is when you bash into people and like swipe them out the way.
As you can tell, I never went to Fort Park as a kid.
63.
See, expert in all sorts of things. Darts, bumper cars, food. eating.
43.
Yes, I did see you eat a ham sandwich earlier, and you did eat it in expert style.
$57.
Oh, Ross has got that look on his face coming to the board again. Something he's sort of adopted as the week's gone on, that sort of aggressive,
45.
snarling nature. It's tended to work well for him when he hits that level of focus. But at the moment, it's sort of mixed between the doubt and the negative.
133.
As he walks around shaking the head. Expected a little more.
$137. Jamie, Rick, 132.
Kelling, 132 to take out the opening leg. It's not going to be done now. And so Montgomery will return for the 136
56.
for the
Rick, 136.
breaker from the opening leg. Haven't seen a ton plus checkout so far in this session. Could that change here? Not to be for the boss.
96.
And so
Jamie,
JK
Rick,
looking at 76 to take out the opening leg of this contest. 16 for tops. Top of the shot.
36.
Does not go.
Ross, you require 40.
Well, the chances have been there for all the games for Jamie Kelly, and he's just not been able to cash them in. And that is a wall of tungsten that he can use.
10. Jamie, require 40.
And so Kelling here trots to take out the opening leg after Montgomery has spent three opportunities to get the break. And Kelling is up and running. He leads by a leg to nil.
Second leg is Ross to throw first.
But the neutral who really likes a bit of a battle and to see the players under pressure, they're going to be hoping that Jamie Kelly wins this to avoid the Ross Montgomery bumper car.
180. $60.
Just doesn't look settled, does he, Jamie Kelly?
However, the boss looking settled enough as he went
81.
for into the 9.
Just a bit floaty
41.
at the moment for Jamie Kelly. Not projecting the dart. Not throwing it properly. A bit lobby. And yes, that is the
45.
technical term before you ask.
$140.
I get the sense this is going to be a campaign twinged with bitter disappointment for JK. If it is to be the case, he's not going to qualify because
59.
since winning that Series 2 weekly title, he had a couple of series of things weren't quite working out for him, but of the last 2 or 3 turns here, he was knocking very closely on the door. And I think this would be a bitter disappointment if he was to not make it through, because I feel like he's a player now where Saturday night has almost become a minimum expectation of.
96. $100. Ross, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Ross Montgomery.
Bad news for the rest
So
of Group C. Ross Montgomery
Game on.
back level.
Yeah, what has to be said has been a bit of a subdued
95.
contest so far. Neither player really hitting the heights a couple of legs in. Whilst we do have the
100.
opportunity, Matt, I just want to get your take and assessment of Andreas Harrison, the former champion, back here for the first time since losing out
100.
on his title in the previous series, losing out to Richard Rowlands. What did you make of his Group A campaign?
Just typical, standard,
98.
everyday Andreas Harrison. Just did Andreas Harrison stuff. And that's enough to win a Group A. It's enough to win a week. It's enough to win a series. And
136.
there are going to be contenders come tomorrow night. But consistency is always the key. And when we talk about those players before, the Neil Duff, Steve West, Andreas Harrison's right up there with the very best of them around that sort of consistent 90 mark.
96.
Well, Andreas Harrison wins tomorrow night. He matches Steve West's record of 5 weekly title wins.
100. Jamie requires 74.
Well, it's got to get a dart here at tops.
54.
Does not go.
Russia require 144. $92. Jamie require 20.
2 10s. Montgomery could get a sniff of an opportunity here, and he is going to get a chance to get the break of foe and to move 2-1 in front. And tops is the target. Down for double 10.
32.
Cannot find. And the frustration palpable on the face of the Scot. And JK eventually moves himself 2-1 to the good. You're probably wondering what's on the right wrist of Ross Montgomery.
Game on.
And you can see that little band on his right arm. That's actually a band to keep your balance. There's a lot of players that use it.
60.
Steve West being one. Tommy Morris, who we're going to watch a bit later on this evening in Group B, also uses it. It actually helps to keep your balance. If you wear one of those,
100.
you can, if you push down that someone on one side, you cannot then bring them down. And so it just keeps your balance into your throwing hand. And that's why Ross does it.
60.
Balance is very important in this game. Maybe a understated thing.
Maybe you should wear 2 then. Be extra balanced.
83.
We did have a chat about it yesterday because I was saying about how unusual it is that people have things on their throwing arm. And then ironically 2 players have things on their throwing arm in the evening session. One thing that does look though, it looks very firm, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it's sliding around the arm, causing any form of irritation.
You ever tried one of them?
No, and I don't
59.
think I would because I'm one of the people that just can't stand things on my throwing arm.
Effectively, a bit of a personal preference thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the arm of Ross Montgomery, he's got a bit of everything on there. He's even got a
45.
sleevey.
Yeah, compression sleeve. These are becoming more and more popular these days.
77.
Brought into play by players from Asia and that Far East region. Kura Suzuki, perhaps the most notable of which to have played with a sleeve.
140.
Montgomery leaves himself on 56 to square this contest up at 2-2.
45. Russia require 56.
Double top. And now double 10.
36. Jamie require 137.
So JK, 137.
42. Russia require 20.
With every passing turn, he's getting more and more frustrated, the man from Andover. And that leg is
Ross
all over.
Montgomery.
And we have a level game, 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I'm not even sure you can say Montgomery's not struggling at the moment with frustration. Both players know what this game means. It could be pretty much job done, or it could still be game on.
I'll put it this way, neither player will be jumping gleefully about their performance at the end of this one.
140.
Like Darius Labanauskas, who quite literally did have a hop, skip and jump when he lifted the title on Saturday night.
96.
Yeah, quality player. I don't know many people that get wins against Darius Labanauskas.
Tell you what, if you win a leg against Darius, particularly on a big stage, say like the World Championship, if I was them, the opponent, I'd be giving it the big one.
Oh, I'd give it so big, I'd probably get a warning.
95.
How many times does he awake you from your sleep, Matt?
No, only once or twice per night.
85. 54.
Montgomery looking to get the break of throw. JK first to finish in this fifth leg. But Montgomery has left himself something far more suitable. However, that's a perfect life for a second. Clips just below. Leave himself in a single to double if Montgomery cannot find the 116.
He's going to get a dart. He's chose. Top of the board and unable to reach. Jamie Kellin. This has to go.
A double top of the utmost importance. A double 10 that's must get.
36.
But the opportunities rack up and the margin of error has been whittled down to a fingernail's length. JK can't look in the background. He's been put out of his misery. Montgomery leads 3-2. He's got the break of throw, and he's a leg away from ending his hopes.
It's Ross to throw first.
It could be all over for the Andover man in a few moments' time. The bite to the flight's a signal that it has just not gone to plan.
Yeah, that looks like a man who knows his fate. It started so well for Jamie Kellin. He won his first 2 matches. And then he's been on a run of 4 straight defeats. If he's not able to beat Ross Montgomery, that'll be 5, and that's 1 too many.
36.
And it looks like he's running out of fight.
$95. 58.
Well, they do say blue and green should never be seen, and that's the colour of the 2 shirts in this contest.
95.
And Jamie Kelling will be feeling blue if he loses this contest.
140.
See, a big 140 there for Jamie Kellin, and he's still behind the scoreboard and still behind the darts.
131.
Damage inflicted by Ross Montgomery.
60. Ross require 120.
If this was Mortal Kombat, Jamie Kellin would be swaying around right now. And we may be getting ready to hear the words finish him.
Well, Kelling in chess terms is on checkmate. Montgomery leaving himself a double to sink his hopes. He looks a dejected man already.
137.
But this would dot the I's, cross the T's and confirm his elimination. Double 10. 2 5s. But Kelling has one final reprieve.
Jamie requires 70.
you sense he cannot afford to miss this.
He's got one dart.
Game
And that's
on the
all he
sixth leg.
needs.
Jamie
Alegi was chasing. Alegi was just trying to cling on to any
Seventh
form of
and final
hope.
against Jamie to throw
He got the
first.
hope when the
Game
mistake
on.
came from Ross Montgomery. And now he's got the opportunity. Well thrown darts there.
90.
Gets his reward with dart number 3.
So here we go then. All or nothing for Jamie Kelling. Wins this leg. His chances unlikely,
60.
but it's still a mathematical possibility. Loses it, then he will be sat in the Super Series departure lounge. But he is not going down without a fight.
About 3 minutes ago, he looked like a beaten man. Got his reprieve, and now all of a sudden, in the driver's seat, Ross Montgomery nowhere to be seen. It's all about Jamie Kelling. He should get match darts. How many will he get?
56.
Didn't need to go that way to try and lead the finish. Even if Montgomery hits a max, he won't be able to. So you feel like they're just overcomplicating the situation,
60.
Jamie Kelling.
And it means Dan Nichols has still got something very much to play for against against Jamie Kelling in his next game. Darren Barton and Ryan Branley is next up. And so JK looking at 116.
100. Jamie Rock 160.
He looked like he was destined for the trapdoor. But he could just keep himself in with a squeak as he fires home the tops for the first time plus checkout of the day. And a win which just keeps JK in the equation, and it keeps Ross Montgomery lurking over his shoulder. He could have been on the hill with a victory in that game, but Jamie Kelling still not happy, still not overly pleased. But he'll take the points nonetheless. It just gives him a glimmer of hope in terms of qualification, even if it is just a flickering, floating, outside chance. 4-3 win against Ross Montgomery ends round 2. Coming up after the break, Ryan Branley can confirm qualification through to tomorrow night's final if he can get the better of Darren Barton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds of matches on this Friday afternoon in Group C. This is what we have watched. 2 wins against the Darts in the first 2 matches, and then 4 wins on throw in our previous 4, including a 4-3 win for Jamie Kelly against Ross Montgomery, which means that the race to second position looks a little bit tighter than perhaps we first thought. But back-to-back wins for Ryan Branley has put him on the cusp of qualification. 12 points is the most that anybody else can get to, but Branley can be deposed on legs different. So if he wins this game coming up here against Darren Barton, he will confirm his passage through to the semi-finals. That's how the table looks after a couple of rounds of play. Let's get round 3 underway. And Branley's opponent in this one is Darren Barton, who has lost both of his matches so far and has only picked up a couple of legs combined. However, there was an improved performance from Game 1 to Game 2, averaging 90.8 in a 4-1 loss against the improving Dennis van der Ende. But for Ryan Branley, he's kicked off where he left off yesterday. Average of 94.5, legs of 15, 13 and 14, getting his first 3 against Jamie Kelly. And then a controlled performance to get the better of Dan Nichols in his second match. And if he wins Game 3, he has qualified for tomorrow night's finals, and I get a feeling that there may well be an army from the northeast that will descend upon the live lounge tomorrow night.
I don't think it's going to be just that. I think Ryan has captured the imagination at the moment of the Super Series audience and a little bit further afield as well. And I think they'll all be intrigued to see how he gets on a Saturday night, and when tickets are just a £2 booking fee, I won't be surprised if we fill the place up tomorrow so people can see this exciting young talent.
180!
www.dartshop.tv, the website that you want for that.
100.
And not just tickets to the Super Series, but there's plenty of other events as well, which you can attend between now and the end of the year, featuring some of the world's best players, including 2 events in the World Seniors, which I'm going to blow your mind here. Ryan Branley is not eligible for another 34 years. And so he's not eligible to play on that tour
121.
until the year 2058.
52. Darren number 161.
I'm sure we'll still be commentating on Group C then, Matt.
57. Ryan number 69.
Well, he's made light work of these combination shots.
.44. Darren number 104.
Dart 1, the one that really made that situation a little bit tricky, a little bit awkward.
Game shot in the first.
Well, we hadn't had a ton plus checkout all day, and then in back-to-back legs we get 2 in a row. Kelly winning the game with a 116, Barton getting this match underway with a 104.
Ironically, the thing that's been letting him down all day, Darren Barton, is the thing that bailed him out in that situation until that shot. Just 2 hits from 26 darts at a double.
60.
I know some people like to deal in percentages rather than
43
hits and misses. If you are one of those people, 7.69% on the finishing, Darren Barton.
45.
I tell you what, I know we get accused of looking forward to things, but am I getting a little bit overexcited when I'm thinking I can't wait until the 2058 World Seniors Championship, because you can have Luke Littler, Ryan Branley, Thomas Banks, Cam Crabtree, Jared Cole all in action in that competition.
Or we could just watch them at the Super Series.
We could do that as well, yes.
Ryan number 104.
Branley looking at 104, and he's got plenty of time and space in this second leg.
56.
Seems to be the way this for Darren Barton. When he has a big moment, when it's a big maximum
60.
or a big finish,
Round
he just
required,
goes
48.
missing for a couple of visits. You're not going to get away with that. Here's this 16-year-old who's looking at the 16s.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's 16
Ryan
points that
Brandt.
puts him to within 3 legs of qualification
It's
through to the
Darren throw
finals.
first. Game on.
We have seen some precocious young talents here over the last couple of years. We've had the most precocious young talent here playing in 2023.
60.
And I think it's very careful, or we should be very careful to attach labels to certain things, particularly with
58.
players of Ryan's age. But his ability is forcing us to draw comparisons to other great young talents.
60.
I don't even think we should be singling out and labelling comparisons to other young talents. I think it's comparisons to other talents
60.
because the levels in which he's producing, according to his numbers, not opinion, according to the factual information, the data, suggest he would be that of a tour card holder.
96.
And it's at this stage of a player's development where the team around Ryan is oh so
41.
important. In some senses, the people that are around Ryan are perhaps as important as what Ryan does on the stage.
60.
And he is part of a very big management stable that do support and manage for many of the world's top talents. And they have a lot of experience of dealing with players at a different age. And
85.
maybe that's the right thing for Ryan as well, to be a part of a group of people that have been there before, that have seen the journey. It's not all going to be new to him. He can be guided through. He can be walked through the processes.
140.
And he ultimately then can just focus on his darts. Doesn't need to worry about all the bookings, the negotiations, the deals, everything that comes with it.
142.
Just tell him where to be, and he can turn up with those 3 darts, do the things that he does best.
As you can see on his shirt, signed up to a
102.
academy to a darts company, which is becoming more and more a common theme in this day and age as Barton looks at tops for a 2-1 lead in the contest. Double 10 does not
30.
go. And so Branley has an
Ryan
opportunity
required
to get the
40.
break, and it would put him to within a couple of legs of tomorrow night's showpiece. Barton can only smile as he
Game shot on the
squanders
third
more
leg.
chances,
Ryan
and as he
Branley.
sees his opponent pick up the pieces once more.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Ryan Branley,
Game on.
the 16-year-old from Newcastle, is just 2 legs away from tomorrow night's final.
121. $140. 60.
Apparently needing 1 win. You may not even need the 1 win, depending on how results go in different
140.
directions. Born in
96.
2008. Do you remember what you were doing in 2008, Matt?
Yes.
100.
I think that's about as far as I can go with that, though.
Great year. Portsmouth won the FA Cup in that year. Beijing hosted the Olympics.
140.
Maybe not talk about the
Aaron
financial crash of that
121.
year.
I don't think I was involved in the sport in 2008, actually.
Bullseye. Does not go, and that would have been for the
77.
1-2-1.
Ryan required 84.
And so this is Ryan's chance to put himself a leg away. Bullseye. Drifts wide.
He chooses to lay it off instead, Ryan Branley there. But Barton has struggled in this department today.
Game shot
That was in the past. This is the now. Darren Barton getting a breaker throw over the young man.
It's Darren to throw
now
first. Game on.
Back to being favourite, according to the advantage of throw.
Here's a sickening fact.
82.
Because of the day that Ryan was born in 2008, he wasn't even born when John Part won his third and final world title.
135.
In matter of fact, Ryan Branley was not born when Breaking Bad first premiered on US TV.
180.
The year he was born, Barack Obama became president of the United States. Usain Bolt broke the world
96.
record at the Olympic Games, still holds the Olympic record time in the 100 metres. Michael Phelps won 3 gold medals in that particular games.
137. $100. Darren Iroquois, 102.
We've already seen 104 from Darren Barton.
Game
Add
shot
the 102
fifth
to the
leg.
column.
Darren
Barton is stepping it up.
Sixth player gets Ryan to
Possibly
throw
spoiling
first.
the party for
Game.
Branley. And now he has to hold serve here to take us all the way. Remember, he did have darts and a number of darts to have a 3-1 lead in this contest.
This is what was so impressive, though, about Ryan Branley yesterday and once again today. Every time
45.
he's hit with something, he seems to be able to hit back just that little bit harder.
48.
The question always has been, how does he react to setbacks? And so far, he's been able to conjure up the answer
78.
to each and every single one of them.
$60. $97.
Well, apparently has the advantage in this leg to take us all the way to a decider.
140. $100. Ryan Iroquois, 113.
6 darts from here to take us all the way. Didn't have to chase the treble 18 and bullseye if he didn't want to. 104 left
45.
with 2 in hand. Will return for 68 to take us to a last leg decider where he would be within 501 points of qualification through to tomorrow night's
91.
showpiece
Ryan Iroquois,
occasion.
68. $36.
For what
Darren
would be
Iroquois,
a bit of an upset
90.
here. Certainly in regard to the odds.
It's double 15.
75.
But those are 2 match-winning
Ryan
opportunities for
Iroquois,
Darren
32.
Barton that have come and gone. And so Ryan Branley does get a reprieve. Double 16 to take us all the way. Now double 4.
Game
Found with
from
the
the
last
sixth
dart
leg.
in hand.
Ryan
And we
Branley.
go the distance in this contest. And if Ryan Branley
7 from
can
final
salvage a
leg, it's
4-3
Darren
win
to
as he
throw
gives himself a
first.
pep talk in the
Game on.
background, he will be through to tomorrow night's final. The 16-year-old from Newcastle on debut.
The opening
97.
exchange here you feel is vital. Darren Barton finding a treble last start in hand. But that is settling. And it is unsettling for Darren Barton.
180.
Ask the biggest of questions, give the biggest of answers.
I'm going to put it out here early. He couldn't do it with a 9, could he?
140.
Well, he could do it with a 9. Not the type he would have wanted,
26.
mind.
It's one of the things that we see quite regular, isn't it? At the 180-26, it's the ironic shot.
78.
But you feel now he's going to need something big here. Needs a couple of trebles to keep control, to keep it in his hands without having to rely on mistakes.
83.
Just starting to see that little bit of frustration eke into the game. Knows now he needs a mistake.
96.
Darren Barton, who's not making it in the setup play.
Well, it's a different situation. It's a different scenario. Suddenly,
80.
when you see a finishing line in sight, it
Darren
can
190.
bring out different emotions. Barney has left himself on 132 in case Barton doesn't take out this 90. And he's not going to even get a dart at the bullseye, so Branley will return to send himself through.
Well, I said when he's asked the biggest of
31.
questions, he comes up with the
Number
biggest of answers. This is
132.
an almighty question. Can he produce one of the best finishers of his game so far?
Bullseye. And Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old sensation from Newcastle upon Tyne, has sealed his place into Saturday night's final on debut. Another dazzling teenage talent is living out his teenage dream on the Super Series stage. We saw Thomas Banks in the previous series win a week. We've seen Luke Littler in the past win a couple of series. Is Ryan Branley another big teenage star waiting to emerge on the Super Series stage? Well, he is qualified through to Saturday night's final and in sumptuous style, pinning the 1-3-2 to complete qualification. He has beaten Darren Barton by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Dan Nichols up against Jamie Kelling. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Ryan Brandley, the 16-year-old sensation from Newcastle upon Tyne, has qualified through to tomorrow night's final. He has beaten Darren Barton by 4 legs to 3. He has got the 14 points that he needed to progress his way through, and I can imagine that there is going to be a large swathe of support from the northeast for this precocious talent tomorrow evening.
Game on.
Well, Dan Nichols and Jamie Kelling aren't mathematically out of the race, but the loser of this one is in deep, deep doo-doo as far as qualification
30.
is concerned. And a man that knows what it's like to be in deep, deep doo-doo in scenarios is Matthew Edgar. Hi, Matt.
96.
I feel like you've just put me one now, actually, so I'll try and find a way out of it.
But what are these situations like when you know that there's still a glimmer of
44.
hope, but your back is very much against the wall?
To be honest with you, I think both these players are probably at a situation where
100.
they know there's a mathematical chance, but the realistic chance you feel has already gone.
100.
Ross Montgomery takes on Van der Ende next, but he has ended that run, hasn't he? He was on
57.
a run of 3 days worth of results where they all went against him, and now he's on back-to-back victories looking for the
70.
hat-trick.
Yeah, we've got a little bit to tell you about old Dennis in our next game against Ross Montgomery.
96.
JK first to a finish in this opening leg against the throw, but Nichols going to
141.
leave himself on something far more makeable, and he's only a trouble to leave a double from the 116. Kelling's not going to find the 152, and so Nichols, who has had a fairly
100.
disastrous start
116.
to the day, looking to turn his fortunes around. Cannot take out the 116, and so
60.
Kelling
Jamie
with a
require
break
52.
chance on 52.
Game shot in the first leg.
And finds
Jamie
the 52 to get the break of throw and to get himself
Second
on
leg,
the
it's
board.
Jamie to throw first. Game on. 85. $47. $140. $100.
When you look past that result for Ross Montgomery against Dennis van der Ende, it's got a very tricky end to the day. Ryan Brandley, who's already qualified, and Dan Nichols, who was able to beat Ross Montgomery with a little bit of a cushion
55.
yesterday. So this could still be open, but their hopes lie in the undefeated man today. Dennis van der Ende, the man bottom of the
127.
table. Can he keep the resurgence going? This pair will certainly hope so.
57. Jamie require 52.
Well, 52 is what won Kelling in the first leg. Rinse and repeat. Yes,
James
indeed,
on
but
the
in 3
second
darts
leg.
fewer. 17
Jamie
to win
Kelling.
leg 1, 14 to win leg 2. Kelling 2 up.
So leg it's down to throw first. Game on.
I think Kelling is playing with the shoulders relaxed, knowing that
59.
his fate is pretty much sealed. He has got an outside glimmer of winning this game, of course, but I think realistically he feels that the damage has already been done.
60. $140.
Mind it, finals tomorrow night, 7:30 start on the Super Series YouTube channel. Still some
100.
tickets available, and you could join us every week here at the Live Lounge in Port. So if that's the QR code that you can scan, it takes you to a website called dartshot.tv where
73.
tickets are available up until Champions Week, which is on December the 7th, and tickets are going very, very quickly for that. And I should tell you about a couple of bumper afternoons in November where we're going to have, well, 2 sessions for £2 here at the Live Lounge for the
43
ADC Women's and the ADC Men's Championship Tour Finals. The women's on the 9th of November, the men's on the 16th of November. They kick off at 12:30. You then get admission to the finals at 7:30 in the evening. So you get a whole day's worth of darts for just a couple of quid. And both of them, by the way, are also available to watch here on the Super Series YouTube channel. So if you fancy some Saturday afternoon hours, then you know where to be on those days.
93. Danny McCoy, 144. $60. Jamie Iroquois, 146.
Chance to land a significant blow here. Jamie Kelling may stay there. Not surprised. A beautiful dart, a beautiful marker.
Game shot.
And a big hammer blow.
Jamie
the man
Kelling.
who opened the group as the favourite hasn't had much go his own way, but now he's starting to carve out a little bit of hope. A sizable win here in the legs column would really help his case.
And from nowhere, he could be somewhere. And in this game, he's 3 out of 3 on the finishing,
87.
including that 146, which is actually the biggest finish of the group at Gazumps. His 141 from yesterday, which was the highest finish of the day, and thus the highest finish of the group up until that point. And a bit like yesterday, only 3 players have hit ton plus checkouts. Yesterday, those players are Ryan Branley, Jamie Kelling, and Dan Nichols. Today, the 3 players that have hit ton plus checkouts: Kelling, Barton, and Branley.
$100.
The only thing Jamie does need to look out for as well as the legs difference. If he wins this 4-0, he'll move on to +1, and Montgomery will be on +7 on that mark. Loses to Van der Ende. Suddenly things do get interesting.
97.
And of course, Kelling has already beaten Montgomery today, so those 2 points have already been eaten up.
49.
And he's going to get 6 darts to complete the whitewash win.
$58.
Rounds it down nicely. Leaves it as a possible 2-darter. Leaves him plenty
60.
of routes and options.
Jamie require 100.
He may get 2 goes at it.
Beautiful dart. Tots for the match.
60.
The first darts
Danny
he's missed at a double in this contest have been to win it. But Nichols hasn't got a 150 to save the game. No Hail Mary attempt from him. And so Kelling comes back. And this time makes no mistake on tops to seal a 4-0 success against Dan Nichols, which just keeps him in the equation. 8 points +1 in terms of leg difference. He's a couple of points behind Ross Montgomery, who is still to play in this round of fixtures. He may feel like qualification is an unlikely quandary, but it is an equation he is still very much in. And that's how he won that game against Dan Nichols, an average of 88.41, 4 from 6 on the doubles. That 146 put him into a 3-0 lead. He is on the periphery, but a lot depends on what Ross Montgomery does here. He takes on Dennis van der Ende, who is 100% for the day so far.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
darts to put his team into the final.
Game
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Kelling beat Dan Nichols by 4 legs to 0. Game 9 sees Ross Montgomery and Dennis van der Ende go toe-to-toe, where a change of plan has led to a change of fortunes for the Dutchman on this Friday afternoon. Decided that with a day to go and qualification seemingly unlikely, that he was going to have a bit of a change-up, a bit of a switch-up, and that he decided to change his equipment on day 5, and he has said, and I quote, he felt like a different man today playing with this new setup, and maybe he has just found his secret formula to success.
Game on.
If he beats Ross Montgomery, he's on 6 points, and mathematically could still catch Ross on 10.
Well, he certainly looked like a different player, didn't he, in that last game? Best average of the week so far, 92.32. He's been regularly in the 70s. He just decided to bypass the 80s, and he looked absolutely brilliant. The finishing was good, 4 from 7. Consistency around the treble, not spraying the darts around.
Well, let's have a look at the
60
setup here of Dennis. And just almost kind of compare it to what he's been throwing it with throughout the course of the week prior.
180.
Well, they look a bit Adrian Lewis-like, don't they? And that's certainly the sort of darts we'd have expected from Adrian Lewis as well.
This Adrian Lewis, who we may see here at the Live Lounge next year. Forget about that. 180s are being flung all around the place here at the Live Lounge.
84.
Till today, Ross Montgomery was the only player to lose to Dennis van der Ende. That came midday on Monday. That's a narrative and a story of the past now, because van der Ende picking up wins today.
83. Ross record 144.
And Dennis has left himself on a single to double after 12 to break the throw of the boss.
82. Dennis record 154.
You get 2 darts at top to take the lead.
14.
He cannot take
Ross
advantage of the
62.
opportunity. And so Montgomery to save his throw, looking at 62. And he's going to get a dart at tops.
22.
He bends the wire with his
Dennis
effort.
require 40.
And so Dennis will return for that target. Now look at a double 10.
Game
And here goes. He eventually gets the break.
Van der Ende.
Had to take into 4 opportunities to find it, but he'll be relieved to be one up nonetheless.
Just watching the whole demeanour there at the back of the stage. Ross Montgomery shaking his head in the direction of the dartboard, just pacing
58.
up and down the back of the oche. Will feel very disappointed there to have his throw broken. But disappointment can't lag for too long in this sport. You've got to be straight back on it. Short format game. Race to 4.
91.
Which I suppose has almost been established as our longer course format, because our specials week, of which we saw one a fortnight ago, Double Trouble 2, was played over a best of 5 format.
140.
We have spoke this week, Henry, while you wasn't in the building, about the possibility of a specials week involving just the younger players.
Next Gen week. Yeah, I think it'd be a great idea. I mean, you could easily fit 12 in. To be honest, the discussion would be which 12 do you pick and for what reasons do you pick them.
80.
The only problem is you can have Next Gen week, you can have Seniors week, you can have Women's week. You just need a middle-aged week now for players aged in the 30s and 40s.
177. And it's
that was a beautiful setup play there from Ross Montgomery. A maximum visit to put himself back in the leg, and with the chance to get that breaker throw back.
Required 24.
Double 12, full level match. And Dennis is lurking on tops. If this dart at double 6 does not go, and 80, it does not go.
And he should require 40.
There's that frustration again from Ross Montgomery.
$30. Ross should require 6.
Montgomery heading down for double 3, heading down to what Paul Nicholson calls the trap door. And the irony is, the trapdoor is opened. It opened for good reason, because Montgomery has levelled this contest up at 1 apiece.
So gets Ross to throw first. Game on. $93.
6 more games to go after this one in this afternoon session. And then we are back tonight from
28.
10 o'clock to see the concluding session of Group B, where Justin Smith realistically is within a win of qualification through to the finals.
60.
Double day of darts on this Friday in Portsmouth. Week of good weather in Portsmouth. Probably the last time we'll say that this year.
60.
How's the storm of Dennis van der Ende been
94.
weathered? Because he was brewing up, he was starting to get into a bit of a flow, but just seemed to be sort of going back now to the inconsistencies we saw
60.
earlier on in the week. The benefit for him here, though, is Ross Montgomery is not taking advantage. And we've seen what van der Ende can do when he gets a bit of encouragement.
60.
Well, this game is almost stalling, isn't it? It's like both players are waiting for something to happen with their opponent and yet
70.
Aren't able to grasp an opportunity for themselves.
It is hard to play these sort of games when things
50.
aren't being hit back at
Russia
you and you
require
feel that you've got a chance to
158.
take control. Sometimes it's easier when your opponent's just hitting everything, just to get into the flow of the game, to focus on yourself.
98. Dennis, you require
Van
107.
der Ende looking at the big fish for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead in this contest. Not to be for him, and so Montgomery with an opportunity to move himself 2-1 in front. A win
39.
this one would move him 4 points clear of Jamie Kelling with just 4 points left to play for. Tots for the boss. Double 10. Straight just underneath the 20 wire. And that one
Dennis, you require
going
131.
right to the right-hand side of double 10. And Render unable to find something magical by way of the 1-3-1. And so Montgomery
55.
gets
Require
another
20.
opportunity. He's 1 from 9 on the doubles in this contest. Make that 2 from
James
10.
on the third
But most
leg.
importantly,
Ross
he's
Montgomery.
2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on. $140. $135. $100.
And with the benefit of technology, I've been able to let's watch back the ending of that leg. It was actually a treble 19. He knocked out with a single 19.
100.
And that's when you start to feel that things are against you. That little bit of fortune. You've already got the treble. And you end up swapping it.
91.
He didn't really even look loose. You can't blame him for staying in the same area. So, again, really big credit here to Van der Ende for being able to brush that aside and produce this much improved leg.
98. Dennis, you require 170.
He's got 6 darts from here to square this match up at 2-2.
56. $44. Dennis, you require 114.
Well, neither player have had a ton plus checkout today. Is that going to change here? Van der Ende looking at treble 18. Gives himself a dart at tops. Tell you what, that was closer to the treble than it was the double.
Russia require 124.
And Ross looking at treble 18, which would give him a dart at the bullseye.
42. Dennis, you require 20.
Double 10 for 2 apiece.
$10.
Spurning
Russia require
opportunities.
82.
10 darts missed at a double. And Montgomery can get the break hit. Double 16. Up for double 8.
74. Dennis, you require
You could hear the
10.
slap of the fire, the frustration palpable on the face of Ross Montgomery. His head is in the heavens.
Game's on the
And
fourth
we are
leg.
back at a
Dennis
level
van der
game.
Ende.
It's Desmond, it's 2-2.
It's probably a
think it's Ross
game
to
where
throw first.
both players
Game
will
on.
feel they could have had the job done by now and had the match won. Instead, we're level, and with all things considered, it's probably a fair scoreline at the moment. So we start again. We go
180.
best of 3. Ross Montgomery looks like he's had enough of playing games.
42.
He's got that bit between his teeth.
$135.
And this is where Ross's experience, particularly in the BDO WDF system, could come to the fore, because he would have played many games like this over
137.
this format as well. Not played at his best, but just knowing he just has to do enough to get the result to get him through to the next stage. And it has very much the feeling here.
94.
That 94 leads him on 92. He effectively halves the score. He's himself on a 2-darter after 9. He's on for a potential 11-dart leg here. in a game that hasn't really
Roger required
threatened
92.
a leg of this quality, if the truth be told. Well,
52.
lay up for tops after 12 to put himself one away.
It's not been without hassle, this.
41.
Ross Montgomery,
Roger
2
required
hits
40.
from 12 darts so far. Miss doubles adding up.
30.
And because he's gone inside, he's left himself on 10, and Van der Ende isn't on a finish, but very much could be on something makeable upon his return.
40. Roger required 10.
2 5s to win leg 5. Inside it goes, and now he hopes that Dennis hasn't got something out the extraordinary here as he pops a flight to the worst possible time.
Well, 2 throws ago, I said the doubles haven't been without drama.
57.
Ross
Roger
Montgomery, and we're
required
still
10.
here now. Still looking for that double to get the leg on the board. That is a good marker. Just opens it up, uses the dart.
5.
Ross Montgomery has missed 18 darts at a double in this contest.
Dennis, you require
He has missed a
84.
hatful to win this leg. He's missed 8 to win this leg. And Van der Ende is going to get a dart at double 11 to nick it.
62.
But he's unable to
Roger
do so.
require 5.
And so Montgomery, 2 more at double 2. But since this time he cannot miss. Into the madhouse.
No score. Dennis, you require 22.
We are seeing a lot of missed darts at a double.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
22
Dennis
points,
Van
Van
der
with
Ende.
dart 22. Van der Ende breaks, he leads 3-2, the leg that
Sixth leg, it's
he
Dennis
had
the
no
throw
right
first.
whatsoever winning.
Game on.
4 visits. 4 opportunities there for Ross Montgomery to get over the line. He wasn't able to. And that would have put him in a very good position for qualification.
93.
Instead, Van der Ende is a leg away from keeping this group alive and keeping this group open. And it doesn't get easier for Ross Montgomery. His next game, he will be against the darts, against
68.
the already qualified Ryan Branley.
The boss may feel like the walls will begin to cave in on him if he loses that one.
85.
And Van der Ende with the darts in this game to cross the finishing line against the Scot.
100. $140.
Van der Ende 183 points away of deposing Ross Montgomery.
81.
And the Scot, the 2-time Dutch Open champion, has got nothing by way of response. It's all about the setup turn here.
59.
However, a drive has just opened up the door for Ross if he can find a 2-treble turn. Just about
Dennis, you
leaves the
require
finish.
124.
But this for the match, he stole the last leg. He could take the points if he wins this one, but he's not going to do it on this particular occasion. But what he is going to do is leave himself handy
92.
and force
Roger required
Montgomery to take this
152.
1-5-2 out.
He can't, so it's a repeat situation. We saw this yesterday. Van der Ende had 3 darts at double 16 to beat Ross
100.
Montgomery. On that
Finish
occasion,
required
he
32.
didn't get the job done.
That's awkward. He has to move across to his left. What can he see of that?
16.
Not enough.
Roger required
Is it going to be a
52.
roles reversal of the previous leg?
Well, so far, it's a repeat of yesterday. The miss from Van der Ende to win the match, 3 at double 16. But unlike
12.
yesterday, Ross Montgomery can't cash in the chance. Another chance for a hat-trick of wins.
Dennis, you require 16.
Montgomery shakes his head. He may be forced to shake the hand of Dennis van der Ende. But he cannot find that match-winning double. And now it's Dennis's turn to miss multiple darts at a double. And Montgomery fires home the tops. It's perhaps fair it's 3-3. How it's 3-3, we don't know. Montgomery has missed 22 darts at a double. Van der Ende's missed 19 darts at a double. We've had 41 missed doubled attempts at this game.
And imagine being Jamie Kelly and imagine being Dan Nichols, the two players that would be affected by the outcome of this game. If Van der Ende was able to hit one of those 6-match darts, they would still be well and truly in the race. So they will be in the back with their pom-poms on, I'm sure, singing their Dennis van der Ende songs.
60.
Dennis van der Ende pom-poms. I've heard it all.
Well, they'll be waving him around with a bit of joy at the moment because Van der Ende is playing very well here in the last leg, giving Ross Montgomery plenty to be concerned about. Needs a big treble here.
100.
Saves the best start for last.
$85.
Big last start that for Dennis. Just about keeps his nose in front against throw, providing Montgomery comes up dry here.
60.
And does come up dry. And so Dennis van der Ende has 6 starts and 185 to win this contest. It would be his 3rd win from 3 matches today. And
60.
remember, he didn't win any matches in day 1.
Unable to get himself out of trouble with the last start on this occasion, Ross Montgomery. But a bit of fortune.
75. Ross, you require 124.
But you get the sense he's going to have to take out this 1-2-4. He may have had his moment of fortune, but now he needs to have his moment of brilliance, and he's going to get a dart at the bullseye. But he cannot use his get-out-of-jail-free card.
50.
And so Dennis van der Ende, to complete a hat-trick of wins on this Friday, wants double 16.
80.
He cannot find double 16.
Ross,
And he
you
has
require
missed a
33.
number of darts now to win this contest. And Montgomery can restore order. If he can find the target that Dennis has just missed. But he also has a mistake on that double.
8-match darts have come and gone for Van der Ende.
But he won't miss match dart number 9. And Dennis van der Ende, with his 3rd straight win of the day, having been winless on Thursday, he's been perfect on Friday, and suddenly the problems mount for Ross Montgomery. Statistically, that's how the game went. Look at the missed darts at a double. 22 for Van der Ende, 25 for Ross Montgomery. Coming up after the break, it is Dan Nichols and Darren Barton.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the 2nd leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the 3rd leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. And there you can see
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Friday afternoon, and this is what we have seen. Before the break, Dennis van der Ende got his 3rd win of the day, beating Ross Montgomery in our last leg decider. JK, Jamie Kelling beat Dan Nichols by 4-0, and Ryan Branley sealed his qualification with a 4-3 win against Darren Barton. So Branley on 14 points, Ross Montgomery on 10. And the way that the scenarios have gone as far as this group is concerned, Branley's through, Barton's out, Dan Nichols will be out of a defeat here, and incredibly, Dennis van der Ende, who didn't have a point to his name at the beginning of the day, is still in it. However, he needs pretty much everything to go his way from here on in. Basically, he needs to put 1p down the well and hope to come back out with £1 million. Nichols and Barton is game 10 of our session. Matthew Ecker is alongside me here in the commentary box. Now, Darren Barton already gone. Dan Nichols will be gone with defeat here, but will Dan feel as if the opportunity may have gone already, or do you still have that glass half full mentality?
I think the last results probably give him a little bit more hope and encouragement. Ross Montgomery going down by 4-3 to Dennis van der Ende. However,
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
decline in performance game by game at the moment for Dan Nichols would potentially be the worry. But when you do play on rhythm and feel, the way of which we see with Dan Nichols, he could quite easily go up there and produce something massive.
135.
2 players, representatives of the ADC system.
97.
1 qualifiers to be here. Of course, at the end of the year, we have the ADC Global Championship, which will take place over a fortnight spell here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There'll be some way to crown off what has been a glorious year here at the Modus Super Series.
$58. Darren never quite 170.
Barton looking at the fish. It's not going to go, and so Nichols with another
55.
large finish of his own, 146 to take out the opening leg. It's not going to go, and so Barton will return for the 115.
130. Darren never quite 115.
It's going to have to go.
$59. Dan never quite 60.
Solid start here for Dan Nichols. Trying to keep his hopes, keep his dreams alive here on debut at the Super Series.
8. Darren never quite 56.
Those dreams could be fading at the hands of another debutant, Darren Barton.
46. Daniel Require, 8.
Barton has missed 2 darts in the opening leg. Nichols has missed 3. Make that
4.
6.
Darren
And
Require,
that's
10.
kind of been the story of the afternoon session so far. Missed opportunities, missed darts at double.
No score.
And they have been
Daniel Require,
bucket loads
4.
of misses at doubles at times.
No score. Darren Require, 10.
Well, you talk about missed doubles. We're on 13 so far. And we're in leg number 1.
Eight.
Well, the
Daniel Require,
last
4.
game had 47 missed darts at a double.
No
This first
score.
leg here
Darren
has
Require,
had
2.
18 missed darts at a double.
This is what we're saying at the start of the show. It feels like a group that's been there. The opportunities have
No
presented
score.
themselves.
Daniel Require,
And there's
4.
only young Ryan so far who's been able to take them.
Game
Eventually
shot
we
the
get
first
there.
leg.
Dan Nichols takes
Dan
out the
Nichols.
opening leg. You know how in that influence event they had nearest the ball to the side of leg? I think if
Second
we
leg is
carried
down
on in
to
that
throw
kind of vein,
first.
we may have had to have done
Game.
something similar.
Quite often when you have a leg like that, you're just
85.
almost willing your opponent to hit it just to get you out of the situation, and then you start the next leg and it's as if nothing happened. You just start finding the treble 20 all over again.
123.
And that seems to be what's happening here. You just get into those little habits, little patterns of play.
I believe the record's
85.
37 for the longest leg by Darryl Pilgrim, which is quite ironic because he has the record for shortest and longest leg here.
135.
Like an off-balance spider.
100. $77.
Have to give credit, but a good response from both players following what
140.
happened at the end of leg 1. Barton leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12 to deliver this game up at 1 apiece.
60. Darren Require, 91.
Nichols has had 5 tons in this match so far, but he could be pegged back at 1-1.
51. Daniel Require, 106.
What can Nichols make of the 106? Still on, treble 17. Bullseye. Well, how ironic is
Game
that?
shot in the
They
second
couldn't
leg.
find a double in the
Dan
first leg,
Nichols.
and then Dan Nichols takes out the bullseye
Third
for
leg is
106
down to throw
finish in the
first.
second to
Game
move 2-0 to the good.
The missed doubles has been a story. The missed opportunities has been a story.
43.
But the main story amongst all of this that we can't forget is Dan Nichols
121.
still with the tiniest bit of hope of qualification.
100.
And the bigger the win, the more he gets back into it. He'll be hoping that he can get the
100.
job done here with a sizable scoreline, and then Ryan Branley can continue to do what he has been doing and get a big win over Ross Montgomery. That will blow the league table wide
180.
apart, and Dan Nichols is starting to play his part in that scenario.
60.
6 darts from 178 for 3-0 lead, and not just does he need to win, but he needs to win big. If he can
96.
seal a 4-0 success here, it will just give himself an outside chance.
100. Daniel Require, 82.
And he's 82 points away from that 3-0 lead. Cannot find
62.
tops.
Darren Require, 120.
He hopes that Barton cannot climb the ladder, but he's found the trouble with dart 1. He looks for tops for dart 3.
80.
but just clips the
Down
top of that wire.
20. Game shot on the third leg. Dan Nichols.
After the mess of the first leg, this has been good from Dan Nichols. A 15 and a 16 darter.
Game on.
That is an average in the high 90s for the next two legs following that blob of a first one.
98.
But the most important thing for him is he's won every single one of those legs so far.
95.
He's got this game exactly where he wants it. We said at the start, how will Dan Nichols be feeling? Will he just play with that air of freedom that, yes, there is still a chance that he could qualify, but
85.
did he feel the chance is gone? Well, it's felt like he has just embraced every single moment of this opportunity, and it still looks like he has got that fire
46.
burnt very brightly inside him.
$96. $86.
Well, Barton looking to pull one back.
81.
And leaves himself on a finish to do exactly that. But here comes the Nichols apply. 140. Leaves on 134. 19 would have afforded him a dart at double 12. But this is for the match. This is for the win. And that would have been to have done it in some style.
Darren, it required 32. Game shot on the fourth leg. Darren Barton.
For Darren Barton, makes no mistake of the 32. Back we go to 3-1. But Dan does have the darts here to see this match out.
137.
Yeah, he has gone through the gears in this game, Dan Nichols. Once he's got the feel of the things up there on the stage once again. But Darren Barton chips in with a big maximum. Is a big maximum hitter in Group A. Didn't quite translate that same ratio, but that's his 8th maximum so far. So he's averaging around 1 a game.
100.
And he's on the cusp here, potentially again in the break of throw, particularly now. Nichols went off dry with that previous turn. He's got 6 on 2-2-1 to bring it back to 3-2.
95.
And to keep this contest going.
100. Darren Iroquois, 126.
19 would have given him a dart of the bullseye. He's not going to find it. Nichols
23.
missed
147.
match dart on the back of the 134 in the previous leg. He's not going to get a match dart on the back of the 147 in this.
76. Darren Iroquois, 103.
Should get a dart. Does get a dart. And that's going to be a double top.
Game shot
and
the fifth
that
leg.
is
Darren
a
Barton.
3rd ton plus checkout of the day for Darren
leg, it's
Barton.
Darren to
And
throw
those ton
first.
plus checkouts have been
Game
104, 102, and now 103.
$60. $121.
Just keeps swinging, doesn't he? Dan Nichols is in there fighting.
100. $95.
Remember, if Barton can complete the comeback, then it is just 1 from 2 to make it through, and that will be in P2 between Ross Montgomery and Jamie Kelling. Nichols has had that dart to
100.
win the game. He missed
Darren,
double
require 161.
16 on the back of the 134 checkout. And Barton here.
66.
Back for 95 to take us the distance in this contest. Remember, he had trail 3-1.
99. Darren, they require 95.
28 left, went the bullseye route. Couldn't find the treble 18, which would have given him another
86.
opportunity at double 12, and that would have been to have equalised the match. Nichols is going to get another match dart at the bullseye.
61.
And that is the 200th missed dart at a double today.
Story of the day. And they continue to add up.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Darren Barton.
But we do go all the way. A big, big leg for Dan Nichols.
Dan to throw first.
A
Game
big
on.
leg in regards to Jamie Kelly and Ross Montgomery looking over their shoulder.
140.
Well, it's all or nothing now for Dan Nichols. Wins this leg, he may just about be in the mix, but loses it, he is mathematically out.
140.
Both players kick it off 140. And we have to say, actually, since that first leg where both players missed a plethora at the outer ring, they have really,
85.
really improved. Both had a ton plus checkout in this game. Average is very respectable, particularly when you consider what happened in leg 1.
140.
You could probably add around about 5 or 6 points on their averages. Barton averaging 86.5 in play. Nichols 83 in play.
60.
And it is Darren who has 6 darts from 2-2-1 to complete victory. Remember, he had trailed by 3 legs to 1 in this contest.
100. 100. Darren Emmerich, 121.
But this time, this is for the match. 17 gives them a dart at bull to win it.
96. Dan Emmerich,
Both players now
116.
have had a match dart.
Biggest shot of the week so far for Dan Nichols. He's going to get a dart.
80.
He's going to need
Darren
more.
Emmerich, 25.
He needs to rely on Darren Barton fluffing his lines.
2 in his hand at double 8. And he only needs the 1 to seal a 14 darter in the decider. And Dan Nichols is out. He is gone. And so it means only Ross Montgomery and Jamie Kelling now can fight for that second position in this Group C. Dan Nichols had opportunity to keep himself in the equation, but he loses from 3-1 up. Darren Barton, a 4-3 victor. He can't make it through, but he has stopped Dan Nichols from going through. Coming up after the break, Ryan Branley and Ross Montgomery. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Darren Barton get the better of Dan Nichols in a last leg decider. That eliminates Nichols from the mix, and so it means that only 2 players can now finish in P2 in this group. One of them, the man in your picture there, Ross Montgomery, who can put himself 4 points clear temporarily of Jamie Kelling if he can get the better of Ryan Branley. However, Branley, the 16-year-old from Newcastle upon Tyne, is through to tomorrow night's final. He's amassed the 14 points that he needed to progress through to Saturday night's showpiece. And so from here on in, this is all about pretty much enjoying the experience and just playing with an air of freedom. He wins this game,
99.
The inevitable will become possible. He will top the group. And I mean, they have advantages going into Saturday's final. Not just that, he'll also pick up the winner's
45.
bonus for taking the Group C title.
And that's what he'll be able to guarantee by winning this game, and that'll be the motivation for young Ryan. Jamie Kelling would be the beneficiary here of a
100.
Ryan Branley win. Jamie Kelling coming up next against Dennis van der Ende, the unbeaten man.
24.
At one point, we was looking at the record books this morning to see at what point do we start discussing the possibility of a record-breaking losing run.
60.
Well, I can tell you that Dennis van der Ende can still qualify. However, the bad news is if Ross Montgomery wins one leg in this match, his chances will be over.
58.
It could be one of the most remarkable Super Series stories ever should van der Ende go and qualify.
Oh, get out of it, Matt.
60.
You can't tell me a bigger story than that, a bigger turnaround if van der Ende was to have got through this group.
If that happens, I will
83.
present tonight's programme in a Southampton shirt. Because it's not... no disrespect, Dennis. It's just not going to happen.
You can't do that, though. It's not got a collar on it.
135.
Training top, then.
57.
Well, this would end it for van der Ende if Montgomery would take out the 101. Double 12. Would have meant there'd be just two left
120.
for P2.
First sign of a sloppy dart there for Ryan.
41. Roger required 12.
Maybe the intensity just coming out a little bit now. He'll be aware of his qualification to tomorrow night, joining Andreas Harrison.
6. Ryan required
He
79.
can still dig himself out of the hole. Ross Montgomery unable to make the most. It was the bullseye that booked his place on the end of a 1-3-2 combination.
54.
You can't find it on the end of the 79.
6.
So double 3 for Montgomery, and this would send Dennis packing in terms of qualification. Doesn't go, and there is a weird irony because Dennis can qualify
Ryan,
still
you're
despite being
25.
bottom of the group, but the players in positions 5 and 4 can't. Double 8 to keep the faintest flame of flickering.
Aim shot on the first
1-0
leg.
Branley.
Ryan Branley. Second leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
For
140.
Montgomery, it's been a day so far that has not gone to plan. It looked like it was going to. It wasn't at his vintage best, but he got the better of Darren Barton in his first game
60.
by 4 legs to 1, but then lost out in that last leg decider to Jamie Kelling, and that's kind of set up the pattern of events that's followed. Another 4-3 defeat to Dennis van der Ende has
55.
seen him precariously look over his shoulder. He's still in control of the situation. He's still got it in his own hands. but it could and probably should be more comfortable. If the truth be told, it should be over by now. I think this would be a case of hard work and hard fought if Montgomery was to make it through this afternoon.
136.
Set himself up handy as Ross Montgomery. No finish available here for Branley, so
58.
6 starts.
Russia require 170.
This is the luxury you get when you outscore your opponent in the early part of the leg. You get the
100.
luxury of a setup shot. You get the luxury of time.
$105.
See?
Russia requires 70.
Left the old 3 balls. I don't see Ryan being one of those sort of players. But we're going to find out if he fancies being a little bit cheeky.
Sense and sensibility. Convention and execution of the highest extreme from Ryan Branley. The 150 goes. An acknowledgement from Ross Montgomery in the background, who has missed 8 darts at a double in this contest and finds himself 2-0 behind.
Never felt like he was in the leg, did it? And then that moment of magic there from Ryan Branley. A long way off from his best all the time, but showing some real moments of magic.
Well, the 150 beats the 146 of Jamie Kelling as the highest finish of this group so far. This is kind of summing up Ross's day, where he's been in position and then suddenly something's happened and now he finds himself on the back foot. But Montgomery is 181 points away from ending Van der Ende, and meaning that it's just a race between him and Jamie Kelling. And importantly, it'd be a break back.
97.
And he's left himself on 84 after 9 to put all of those scenarios in situ.
140. Russia require 84.
Double 12 for potential 11 data. Double 6 does not go. Ross Montgomery has missed 10 darts at a double in this contest. He couldn't sweep in again, could he? It was the 150 in the last leg. It's the 135 there. And Ryan Branley has picked Ross Montgomery's pocket again. The Scot can only acknowledge the sheer brilliance from Branley on the finishing. He's 3-0 to the goods. And Montgomery almost disconsolately shakes his head as he kicks off leg 4 of the match. Montgomery's had darts to win every leg in this contest. He looks up to the commentary box, glances to think, what's going on here?
Who is this fella is what he'll probably be thinking.
140.
Moments of magic. Moments of inspiration.
98.
And we keep getting the old marker pen out to scrub out the names of the players that are out of the running. Dennis van der Ende has had that pen hovering over his name
43.
Every single leg, and he's surviving. He's still in the race.
$136.
Oh, he couldn't, could he?
138.
He's got to get a shot first, though. Ross Montgomery on the Humphreys.
Double 12. And that would have been for one of his own.
126.
Well, it's been an exhibition of finishing from Ryan Branley, but has he saved the biggest finish for last? He could, you know. But the second treble goes a-begging.
105.
Well, Dennis van der Ende has been on the tungsten tightrope all game long. He's evaded 11 bullets from Ross Montgomery. And eventually he's out.
Shot on the fourth leg.
Montgomery eventually
Ross
gets
Montgomery.
that leg on the board. It's a 14-darter. It's back to 3-1.
leg, it's
But I
Ryan to
bet
throw
for a
first.
moment his
Game.
jaw hit the floor when Branley hit that first treble on the 170 combo.
83.
Well, that's where the game's changed. Montgomery's dominated the scoring phases, but 1 from 13 on the outer ring.
60.
This could be where the game starts to end. Chance here for Ryan to open up a gap on the scoreboard.
100.
He's not letting too many opportunities pass him by. Montgomery needs to find a couple of trebles, and that's ideal. Middle of the bed, standing up.
180.
Finds his third maximum of the game.
You can't say he's not defiant, Ross Montgomery.
95.
He will have one more game to go. Ross Montgomery, that will be against the already eliminated Dan Nichols. But he may be in a very strong position
140.
because he is not lying down here. Montgomery is averaging 95.
63. Russia record
He's
121.
facing defeat.
And you probably want to take this out because Branley's let himself on another big ton-plus shot. The 1-2-1 isn't going to go.
57. Ryan
And this would
require
be
106.
for a hat-trick of ton-plus checkouts. But the 160 isn't going to follow the 150 and the 135.
55. Russia required 64.
To keep himself in the equation, he's going to get a dart at tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well, it's back to
Ross Montgomery.
3-2, and it's back on throw, perhaps, crucially as well.
Sixth leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on. $30. $140.
The key strength in this
60.
game so far for Ross Montgomery has been, without a doubt, the scoring. And when he needs it the most, in a leg to take us all the way, it's completely deserted him. No treble in the opening
57.
6, only 90 points. Work to do.
100.
It's just felt like this game, following those couple of excellent finishes from Branley, has just hit a bit of a stalemate. But it may not be a stalemate for much longer.
180.
And Branley is on the cusp of winning this game. So moving on to 16 points. It'll guarantee he wins the group.
85.
And if he wins this
Ryan required
4-2,
124.
there's a possibility Jamie Kelling could be very hot on the heels of Ross Montgomery. That would have been for a third
92.
ton-plus check out of the match, but he's left himself double 16 after 12. A really good performance, this.
Montgomery just needs to hit something, give himself some hope, just in case Ryan Branley does something he hasn't been doing, and that's miss doubles, miss
137.
opportunities.
Ryan require 32.
Double 16 for 16 points. And this 16-year-old sensation just keeps winning. He keeps oozing class and oozing quality. And he's got the better of Ross Montgomery by 4 legs to 2. Ross jokingly having words about Ryan, probably annoyed about those couple of ton-plus checkouts that were hit by him. He was hit with a couple of haymakers. Branley with 150 and 135 in successive legs. Montgomery missing 12 darts that are doubling that match. Branley 4 from 6 on the outer ring all told. Coming up after the break is Jamie Kelling up against Dennis van der Ende.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is now or never for Jamie Kelling in terms of his chances of qualification. If he wins this game, then he'll be level on points with Ross Montgomery in 2nd position. And if he wins 4-0, then he'll go above Montgomery by the solitary leg on legs difference up against Dennis van der Ende, who so far has won every single game on this Friday afternoon. So things don't look as simple as they once seemed as far as proceedings are concerned. Well, JK looked like he was in the mire a couple of matches ago. He could suddenly dig himself out the trenches if he can pick up a win here. But Dennis,
game on.
Without any shadow of a doubt, the most improved player on day 2.
Certainly in terms of results, absolutely. But Kelling's got a chance to have this in his own hands
97.
Here. A good win here against van der Ende, and he will leapfrog Ross Montgomery in the table going into the last games. So it's 59. Not like he needs someone to beat someone. He doesn't need results to go his way other than those of his own. And that is probably a position he didn't think he would be in about an hour ago.
Oh, that one result there for Brownie's changed things. So Jamie's done the damage himself. It was that win against Montgomery that kind of set the wheels in motion after losing his opening game to Ryan. And then followed it up with a
134.
Comprehensive 4-0 win against Dan Nichols, who is Ross Montgomery's opponent in his final match.
138.
Jamie Kelling takes on Darren Barton in his closing game, who beat Dan in the match before the one we saw before the break. So 2 matches ago. Kelling leaving himself on 88 after 12 to
56.
Take out this opening leg, and he has got 6 darts from here. Probably stay there. Looking to utilise the live dart 1 to
48.
Leave himself on double 4. Will leave himself on tops upon his return.
60. Jamie, you require.
So this to take out leg one.
Game shot on the
And it
first
goes
there.
16 darter,
Jamie
top left-hand
Kelly.
corner. Kelling leads 1-0.
Second leg is Dennis to throw first. Game on. $100. $85. $100. $43.
We'll see that in Jamie Kellen during this game, where he'll start to live every single dart, because this game ultimately means a lot more to him than Van der Ende. Van der Ende up there playing for pride, Jamie Kellen up there playing for a ticket to Saturday night.
60.
Well, Dennis to win here could be on the cusp of completing a perfect day, completing the card. So it's that bit of pride to play
57.
for. Big achievement that, winning all 5 games in a day. And Kelling's been nowhere to be seen in this leg. The first leg was half decent, but
144.
this one he's been way off kilter. And Van der Ende's got 6 here from 144 to
58.
level this contest up, and he'll leave himself on a 2-darter upon his return.
100, and it should require 86.
To level up. Bullseye.
61.
Does not go.
Jamie require
Kelling's already had a couple of
130.
tub plus outs. Can he find a third here? Well, he's all around it without finding it, is Jamie Kelling.
21. Then it should require 25.
And Dennis is looking at double 8 and now double 4.
Game shot on the
And
second.
we have a level
Dennis
game,
van der
1-1.
Ende. Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
All about what can
180.
Jamie claw out from this particular position, and his first max of the match.
139.
Puts himself in good stead in leg 3. $100. $59. That's a first dart that usually can utilise JK.
100.
Tunley's himself on a finish after 9.
$32. Jamie require 121.
He's got a plethora of time to move himself 2-1 in front. Decided to go 777 there to leave himself on top, so then
78.
misses the big 14.
$79. Jamie require 43.
Double 16.
Hey,
2-1
shot on the
Kelling.
third
14
there.
darter
Jamie
as well for JK.
Fourth leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
He's still ticking along, Matt.
Still in there swinging. That's the most important thing.
43.
Keep giving yourself that hope. Said this one will be a tight group. I predicted yesterday it would be a
60.
qualification place at around about the 12-point cutoff. It could be 12 points plus legs. And, I mean, just 1 or 2 legs
56.
difference could be all this is separated by. So, for Jamie Kellen, is the utmost importance to try and win this as big as he
43.
can, not just get the win.
$94. $43.
How often do we see this? A player who holds in 14, and then when it comes against the
58.
throw, unable to find anything tangible, and so the advantage very much back with Van der Ende to square this contest up at 2-2.
75.
That is not a good time for a bouncer. There never is a good time for one, but that far from ideal.
$100.
And by virtue, Van der Ende has left himself on 150 to equalise this game up at 2 apiece.
85. Dennis, you require
He's gonna get
150.
6 from here to do exactly that. You may only need the 3. We've seen the 150 taken out once by Ryan Branley.
134.
Van der Ende was unable to take it out himself, but he's done the next best job, setting up to leave double 8 to level this game up at 2-2.
137. Dennis, you require 16.
Could get a little bit tricky.
8. Jamie, you require 58.
See, they're very awkward. The flight of the first dart causing a problem as well. Nice clean open target though for Jamie Kellin. Not able to
38.
find it.
Dennis, you require 8.
And there's that emotion living and breathing every single dart, every single opportunity.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
And
Dennis Van
opportunities
der
are
Ende.
wearing thin for Jamie Kelling. Every miss is magnified, and Van
Flag
der
is Jamie
Ende
to throw
has
first.
equalised this
Game.
game at 2-2. When Kelling should be 3-1 in front.
45.
It's always hard when it's all to play for and you're running out of opportunities. Everything becomes a
60.
little bit more amplified.
$38.
Well, we don't know the destiny of position 2 yet, but we do know Ryan Branley's going to be here at the Live Lounge tomorrow night. And I think there's going to be a sizable crowd to
93.
watch him in action if you are travelling down from the northeast, or indeed just looking forward to a night of darts. Well, www.dartshop.tv is the
97.
website that you need to ascertain your tickets to the Live Lounge on a Saturday night.
58.
£2 booking fee. And you think about this time last year, Luke Littler was in this building.
100.
He went on to do big things. And look, I don't like playing the comparison game, but we may well see another young star being unearthed here.
180.
We may well be seeing a player eliminated from proceedings. Big timing there on the maximum. Speaking of timing,
180.
Jamie
Dennis
Kellin
require 110.
responds in kind. Oh no.
78.
Very, very nearly
Jamie
bad
required
news there for
41.
Jamie Kellin and his supporters. Instead, 2 more darts, 2 more opportunities. But now his throw's in
25.
trouble. He's in
Dennis, you
big,
require
big
32.
danger.
He knows how big that miss could well be. And how big in the
Games on
end
the
that
fifth
miss
leg.
was.
Dennis
Because Van der
Ende.
Ende has got the break. He leads 3-2. And Jamie Kelling has had the
Sigma gets
opportunities in
Dennis
this
to throw
match to
first.
see it off. And to see
Game on.
Dennis off. But he could be seeing his chances go bye to bye.
39.
Well, he was biting his flights a minute ago, but he is now getting his teeth stuck into proceedings in leg 6.
$60. $31. $85. $96. $60.
If Van der Ende seals a 4-2 win here, it'll mean in the next game between Montgomery and Nichols, Ross would only need 3 legs to progress his way through to the finals. However, for 3 defeat would mean that Montgomery would have to win the match. Are we heading to a last leg decider? Well, the 1-5-3 isn't going to go. Can Van der Ende end the game
97.
with a duff moment? Show 19. Jamie Kelling's heart would have been in its mouth when that first die hit the treble 20. But he gets a reprieve opportunity. He gets 2 darts at tots that he quite simply has to take, and he does take. You don't always see this type of emotion from Jamie Kelling, but boy is he outpouring those pent-up feelings.
It's all the situation. It's all circumstantial.
45.
It's everything that's going around the shot, the story. But Dennis is a different animal today. Second maximum of the game for Dennis van der Ende, the 4th in total.
140.
The character here. Bottle and determination on show from Jamie Kelling.
134.
But what a last day this has been against the throw from Dennis. 180, 134. He's forcing Jamie. He needed 2 treble turn. He hasn't found a treble at all. And all the hard work that Jamie Kelling did to get us to a last leg decider could well be evaporated in next to no time at all.
The one thing that may save his skin a little bit here, or the one bit of hope he may have, is he's seen Dennis van der Ende need 9+ match darts in previous legs, in previous games.
Dennis should require 50.
Potential 11 darter to win this game. Double 16. And he does not like it. Jamie doesn't like it. He could barely look.
34.
He could scarcely believe. But now he has his opportunity to put his own destiny into his own hands. He's seen Dennis van der Ende miss match darts. He's now going to get match darts.
56.
But tops sinks
Dennis
low.
require 16.
Well, well, well. What an ending, what a game. And it's Dennis van der Ende that ends up the victor. And for Jamie Kelling, he has to sit and wait. Ross Montgomery beats Dan Nichols. He is gone. This is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Dennis van der Ende missing 13 darts at the double. Jamie Kelling missing a dart at double to win it. 4-3 in Dennis's favour. Next up, Montgomery Nichols. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're into our final round of matches on this Friday afternoon. Ryan Branley, well, he confirmed his place through quite comfortably early on this afternoon, but we still don't know who the person joining him through Group C is going to be. It's a straight race between Ross Montgomery and Jamie Kelling. If Ross beats Dan Nichols, he's through. Jamie Kelling is hoping that doesn't happen. And then he'd need to beat Darren Barton and hope that his legs difference is better than that of Montgomery. So Ross, still the boss in terms of his own destiny in this Group C scenario. But if he loses this, then he is sat in the practice room hoping for a slip up from JK. Somehow it's still in his hands. It's been slipping and sliding away from the Scot throughout the course of the day, but he can rectify his fortunes with a win here. And I'm sure he is going to be a very relieved man if he does cross the finishing line and qualify for tomorrow night's final.
He will also have bad memories of this fixture of yesterday, because it was Dan Nichols' opening game at the Super Series. He averaged 99.93.
100.
Kept up with that pace, but the head-to-head clashes, the pacing of the play, there's just sometimes things that suit a player
60.
about playing someone else, and Ross Montgomery will be slightly concerned that he will play in the hands of Dan Nichols, but not with darts like this.
180.
I just wonder whether this will work out better for Ross in the fact that he
54.
can almost treat this as a knockout match. And so as a consequence, he can just pour it out without thinking about any other permutations. Winning, he's in. It's a simple logic. Simple on paper, of course.
49. $60. $100.
It may be simple on paper, and it's looking simple on the dartboard at the moment for Ross Montgomery.
83. Russia requires 72.
Well, this is for a 1-0 lead. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 12.
Gauge
Well, eventually,
on the first leg.
double 12 correlates to Ross Montgomery. We weren't doubting him on that target, were we, after those missed doubles earlier?
$97.
Well, when that first starts correlating, the other two are tending to follow. That's his second max of the match.
Yeah, things just starting
82.
to rumble and bubble under the surface for Ross Montgomery. The focus is there. The accuracy is there.
180.
And he's on for perfection.
100.
Is it going to be a moment of magic for Montgomery? Dart 7 goes a begging for the Scot.
I think the moment of magic for Ross Montgomery is just winning the leg. I don't think he cares about 9 darters right now. Win the legs, win the points, confirm that place on Saturday
58.
night.
Russia require 84.
And he's getting closer and closer to it at record speed.
Bullseye. Wayward.
49. And he requires 164.
Never really felt comfortable going for that. He may have felt uncomfortable here. He may have had flashbacks to that game against Ryan Branley when Dan Nichols hit that first treble there. This for 2 love. And Montgomery's in control. A pair of 15 darters puts in 2-0 to the good, averaging 100.2.
Third leg, it's Ross to throw first.
When he needed a good performance, Ross Montgomery is coming up with the goods thus far.
140.
It's not much really so far about this game, Matt, that you can fault from Ross's perspective.
58.
Absolutely perfect so far. Textbook. Finding everything when he needs it. Giving himself cushions. Giving himself the luxury of time. Throwing a little bit firmer as well.
140.
Making it happen. Not just floating them to the board and hoping for the best. In full control.
60.
The way it feels, the way it's looking, the way it's going. It's just a matter of time before we confirm our third player for Saturday night.
137.
Well, 15 darters in legs 1 and 2. He's on for a potential 11 darter here to go 3-0 up.
Russia require 84.
And Dan Nichols just hasn't had the scoring power to match up to the boss. Doesn't have to go for the balls. So I'll head down for the 16s. And he'll leave himself on double 16 after a dozen darts.
140. Russia require 32. Game shot.
13 darter is added to the pair of 15s. And Ross Montgomery, with a swashbuckling display, is a leg away from completing qualification through to the finals tomorrow night.
Shows really good character this as well from Ross Montgomery. He won his opening game of the day before a hat-trick of defeats, and when you lose 3 games in a row and you're coming into this situation, you have to win. It's not easy to find the level of performance he is, the focus, the confidence to propel these darts the way he is. It's very easy to go within yourself, just sort of hope. He's making it happen.
140.
When it mattered most, he has found what he has needed to find.
60.
Perhaps typical of Ross Montgomery. When it's come to the crunch, you can count on him. That's how he's forged such a successful international career. What he's forged a career which has seen him win 2 Dutch Open titles. And when it's mattered most here, he has found the best performance that we have seen. 160 average and 161 points away.
57. And it requires 164.
With a small opportunity here for Dan Nichols. If he can find a treble.
45.
And that's the worst possible scenario there. The 119, a shot I think every player hates.
The treble 16 there would have given Montgomery a dart at Tots with the match, and so Nichols 119 to
48.
Bring it back to 3-1. It will be a break as well. And it's probably a chance he has to take.
89.
To find the ball.
56.
And so Montgomery to book his place through. Tots of the match. Two qualification darts have come and gone.
30. Game shot on the 4 flag.
Dan Nichols does not fluff his lines, and so we go back to the start. But Montgomery does have the darts here to confirm his passage through.
$60.
Should just update you. If Ross does lose this game 4-3, the only way Jamie Kelling can make it through is courtesy of a 4-0 win against Darren Barton.
121.
There's that snarl, the grimace back on the face of Ross Montgomery. Trying to dig deep one more time,
96.
one more leg. And then we know half of our lineup.
$85. 100.
Well, it's a level leg in terms of the scoring stakes. But Montgomery cannot afford to come up dry here.
44.
He does, and he just presents an opening here to Dan. And suddenly, if this game goes back to 3-2 and back on throw, this could get a bit more nervy than what Ross would have liked.
$100, and you require 106.
Big last start. Keeps him hopeful.
Game shot.
We'll eliminate the hope at the moment. The
Dan
hope is with
Nichols.
Jamie Kellin. He's the man who will be stood in the back
Sick
room
bag, it's Dan
enjoying
to
what
throw
Dan
first.
Nichols is doing
Game.
and the fight that Dan Nichols is providing. Looked like it was going to be a matter of
96.
time, didn't it, before Ross Montgomery crossed the line. Now, it's a case of, does he? Because two things are happening here. Ross Montgomery is coming off
60.
the boil. Dan Nichols is improving. Last time we did an average check for you just 2 legs ago, Ross Montgomery was averaging 106.
45.
He's now averaging 92. He's plummeting.
It's almost felt like Ross
100.
Montgomery is determined to make hard work of it. I guarantee he's not.
81.
But there's been plenty of situations today where the coast could be a lot more clearer than what it is right now.
100.
The only advantage he does have, if you can even call it an advantage, if he loses this game, is the fact that Kelling would have to run off a 4-0 win.
125.
At that point, you don't even want to be thinking about scenarios. You just want to get the job done yourself. And you may be forced to do it in a last leg decider on throw, because Nichols is first to a finish, and
60.
Montgomery cannot leave one of his own.
154. $57.
Got to give credit to Dan, though, because from 3-0 down, it could have been so easy for the tide
55.
against him to be all-consuming.
97.
But it looks like he's about, or could rally his way back to a level game. He's unable to take out the 97. And so this is to eventually get the job done.
Approaches the hockey with a chance to cross the line. He needs the treble. Can't find it. And the way that Dan Nichols has been finishing, you may be thinking Ross Montgomery is about to be 501 points away once again.
40.
Tops. Now double 10. Chasing round, chasing
35.
round. And that could be that for
Ross
Dan
requires
Nichols here
72.
at the Super Series. As for Ross Montgomery, he is going to get one dart at tops to qualify
32.
for Saturday night, and that's 3
And
darts at that
require
target
5.
that have come and gone to send him through.
Game shot on the 6th.
If he's going to get any more,
Dan Nichols.
he's going to have to outscore Dan Nichols here.
7th and final leg. It's Ross
3-0
to throw
up,
first.
cruising,
Game
averaging
on.
106. Looked like a matter of when, not if. Now it's just a one-leg shootout.
100.
Jamie Kellin will be crossing his fingers and willing Dan Nichols on here to give him some hope in that next game.
99.
Big advantage here, though, for Ross Montgomery is the darts, is the throw. And if he can just keep finding a treble or throw.
140.
In fact, he's gone one better. Forces the maximum.
And Nichols hasn't got the response,
45.
not this time. And maybe this is finally the time for Ross to finally cross into the qualifiers enclosure.
97.
He leaves himself on 164. He gives himself 6 starts at least in hand
100. Rush require 164.
to eventually get the job done. He's not going to do it with fireworks. To be honest, he won't care how, having already missed 3 opportunities.
41.
But that slip with the last dart could prove costly.
A couple of trebles here would change the whole conversation.
100.
It's only one.
Rush require 123.
Triple 18 would have given him a dart to the bullseye to have sent him through.
55. Danny
Leaves himself on 68. And he now hopes that Nichols hasn't got the 157 and hasn't.
24.
Well, he's
Rush
already
require
missed 3
68.
darts to qualify through. And Ross Montgomery's going to get 2 more in hand at double 4. And eventually, Ross, the boss, crosses the finishing line. Ross Montgomery is through to Saturday night. But boy, did he make hard work of it. He had to work hard for that. And he knows that that could have been so much easier than what it ended up being. The look there of relief amidst the anguish that's been on his face for the most part of the day. He gets the better of Dan Nichols by 4 legs of 3, and that seals his place through to tomorrow night's final. And so the I's have been dotted, the T's have been crossed, and now we complete the group in our last couple of games. Darren Barton and Jamie Kelling is the first of those 2 matches, and we're going to be watching that on the other side of this short break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Undermark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Ross Montgomery sealed his progression through to tomorrow night's final, courtesy of a 4-3 win against Dan Nichols. He raced into a 3-0 lead in that contest, did the boss. Before then, he made life a little bit more hard work for himself to eventually get over the line in the last leg decider. It means that the last two games of the group are both dead rubbers. Barton and Kelling First up, what's your thoughts, Matt?
Kelling's going to be
First leg, it's
frustrated, isn't he?
Darren
You're going to
to
see
throw
that in this
first.
game as well, you feel.
Game on.
He'd have been hoping that Dan Nichols could have done him a favour, got that win over Montgomery, but it was out of his hands, and you don't want it out your hands. He had it in his own
140.
grasp when he lost the game to Dennis van der Ende. Who, by the way, after having 3 days of losing every single game, is in a position he could have the perfect day. I would love to know what odds that was at the start of the day, because everyone was like 1 to 5 and things to beat him.
123.
Well, if he completes the card, he'd only been a couple of points off a qualification. That's how crazy it has been. He would have done a
37.
reverse Scott Mitchell. For whom is probably never going to hear the end of that
122.
for the rest of time. Barton here, leaving 116 after 9 to take out the first leg, and you can see that
95. Darren never quite 160.
the energy has just been instantaneously zapped out of the body of Jamie Kelling.
$11. $139. Darren never quite 105.
105 for Barton to take out the opening leg, treble 15. Would have afforded him a dart at
36.
tops.
Jamie never quite 130.
Oh, JK. Okay, JK.
On the first
The 130 joins the
Jamie
116 and the 146 in his glistening collection of
Second leg is Jamie
finishes.
to throw first.
Kelling goes one up and gets the break.
That'll frustrate him more than anything, because he'll be wondering where that was, where that explosiveness was in the last game.
85.
That is 6 very good darts. The 139 to leave it, and the 130 out.
$180.
This is one of those contests where every single time somebody does something good, they are going to shake
60.
their head.
Yeah, because they'll think about the past. They'll think about the moments they've had before. Why wasn't I doing this before? Darren Barton now
140.
threatening to give us a very big parting gift.
$100.
6 darts from here for a level game. In matter of fact, 6 of the last 8 matches have gone 4-3.
59.
Including 4 of the last 5. And that came after just one last leg decider in the
85.
first 5
Darren
games
never
of the
quite
session.
122.
Stay there, because the treble would have left in the pool. Well, he needed to go there anyway, because
50.
Kelling's not on and out. But he's going to be now.
131.
Boy, is he going to be on something now.
Darren never quite 72.
And suddenly, this has an air of must hit. 1 dart tops.
52.
Does not
Jamie
go.
Require 40.
And so Kelling back for 2-0. Surely. Surely now he's got 2 great guides.
No score.
The question
Darren
you
never
ask is
quite
how?
20. Game shot on the second leg. Darren Barton.
1-1. Level game. Barton pinning the double 10. 16 darter.
Third leg, it's
The
Darren to
Spartan
throw first.
squares us up.
Game on. $100. $140. $78.
You got any plans for tomorrow night, Matt?
Well, I think I might pop down to the live lounge.
119.
Best bit is, the live lounge tomorrow is open for public consumption. Scan that QR code, takes you to www.dartshop.tv.
140.
Have a look at those picturesque surroundings. You could be there on the stalls and tables behind the players at the back of the stage.
140.
Really is a picturesque arena, the Modus Live Lounge.
83. Jamie require
One of the
102.
great arenas in the sport. So it's going to be a great finish. Kelling's already had 3 ton plus outs today. He's not going to
62.
add a
Darren,
4th to
require
the mix.
100.
Barton looking at a ton, as I look for alternative jobs. Tops, it's not going to be found.
60. Jamie require 40.
What about just tops?
Game shot on the third leg.
No problems there for Jamie
Kelling.
Got some good stuff here. The 130 out, the 13 darter there.
Fourth leg, it's
By far his
Jamie
best
to throw
performance
first.
of the week so far.
Game on.
Just really settled into it now and really propelling the dart.
57. $140. 95. 55.
If you can't get here tomorrow night, just make sure you hit that subscribe button just below your screen there. It will
125.
let you know every time that we are live, especially if you hit that notification bell as well. You'll know every time that we're live and any time we release any of the bonus content. And I can tell you that some of the content that is being filmed at the moment
170.
is going to be some very entertaining watches, well worth the subscribe. Hit that button, hit the notification bell.
60.
Stay up to date with everything here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
As the Sugar Bass famously said, push the button.
101. Jamie require 164.
Oh, the 164 isn't going to go for JK. Barton
60.
88
Darren,
to
require
level this
88.
game up at 2 apiece. Bullseye.
40.
Does not go.
Jamie require
And so
104.
JK looking for 104. He's already had the 116. He's already had the 146. He's already had the 130. He's not going to add another one to the collection.
48.
Or at least not in this
Darren,
leg.
require 48. Game shot on the fourth leg. Darren
Barton breaks and levels up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. 95.
We do return at 10 o'clock tonight for a
38.
thrilling Group B session, which sees Justin Smith to within a win of qualification through to
95.
tomorrow night's final. 8 points to his name. Thornton on 6, Morris on 4,
60.
Adams on 2, and perhaps a surprise Warby's not got a point yet.
It's not been his week so far, but he's still in there with an opportunity. He's going to have to be Mr. Perfect though
66.
tonight.
She says not even 3 wins is really going to do it, is it, when you think about the uniformity of that
93.
particular table? I think Tommy Morris will have 1 or 2 things to say.
60.
to say, we'll be watching that from 10
100
on the Super Series YouTube channel. But we're locked in the middle of this game. Barton 2, Kelling 2. Both players setting up.
100.
Down with the advantage of throw and leaving himself on a 2-darter.
We've still got one more game to go as well. Ryan Branley,
Darren, never quite 85.
the young man that everyone's been wanting to see today. We'll see him one more time in Group C action. That is a sloppy dart there from Darren Barton.
45. Jamie Buckroy, 114.
Providing Kelling another break opportunity.
Triple 18. Tots, but is that first dart in the way?
94.
That's a well thrown dart,
Darren,
just
you
dipped
require
below the
40.
top's bed. And that would have been for the break, and he would have been thrown for the match. So this tops. Now double 10.
30.
Does not
Jamie
go, and so
Buckroy,
JK
20.
gets more opportunities to break the throw.
Game
Gets
shot
there
the
last
fifth
dart in
leg.
hand, clips off the
Jamie
barrel of
Kelly.
darts 1 and 2. And Kelling up 3-2. And he has the darts
Fifth leg,
to
it's Jamie to throw
complete the
first.
win here. It wouldn't be enough to send him through. That ship has passed. But he can at least finish with
98.
at least something to show for his efforts here.
$97. $60.
As whilst we're here, we should wish all of our Super Series players playing in competitions this weekend the best of luck. So Sebastian Białecki in Euro Tour action this afternoon. A number of players are playing in the British Open in Bridlington this weekend. All the best to everybody competing in whatever events they're competing in this weekend. Big few weeks coming up as seasons come to a close.
60.
Pro Tour next weekend after the Euro Tour. Plenty going on in the world of darts. Kelling looking to set up for the match here. Does so superbly. Leaves himself on a double after 12. Has to go.
164.
2 trebles required, or these may be the last darts he gets to throw here on the Super Series stage this week.
78. Jamie required 32.
For the match, double 16. Seals the win for JK. It's a 13-darter to finish.
Jamie Kelly.
It was a decent performance to end. However, it will be a campaign of what might have been for Jamie Kelling. A 4-2 win against Darren Barton puts him on to 10 points. However, he is unable to make it through. Ross Montgomery sealed position number 2 in the previous game. Jamie Kelling will have to settle for third. And it will be third no matter what happens in the final game. And we're going to hear from Ross after this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined in the studio by Ross Montgomery. Ross, many congratulations. Through to finals night again, but goodness me, do you like making it hard work for yourself?
Yeah, I know. It's I don't know if I want to go outside, because if Dorothy's out there, I'll get murdered in the main street. But yeah, it's very frustrating, very frustrating. But I got there in the end, and I'm happy to actually get there, yeah.
I'm treated to wonder what the mindset's been as the day's gone on. Was there points today where you thought this could be slipping away?
Yes. After my first game against Darren, and then my next game, and I'm like, here. And one of the matches I was sitting 3-0 up, wasn't it? And I thought, right, just get one out of the next four. Don't panic at like winning 4-0. Just try and get. And it came back, and it bit me in the bum. But thankfully, I got there in the end.
And you must have been feeling all day everybody was hitting everything against you. In particular, Ryan there in that game in the middle of the day where he hit the 150 and the 135 in back-to-back legs.
Yeah, the young lad is class. Yes, I don't know if it was in his mind that I was the only one to beat him yesterday, but the young boy's class, and he's a lovely lad for his age, and he's got his head screwed on, as we would say, and he's got a good future.
You're someone that's seen a lot of players come and go. Where does Ryan compare to some of the younger players that you've seen come through in terms of his ability, but also his maturity as well at that age?
Yes, his maturity is which will carry him through this game. A lot of youngsters I've seen coming through are immature, and they lose the head, they lose patience with the game, whereas Ryan's got a lot of good things there, and he'll move on well.
Well, he's just about to take out this 135 on the monitor down there against you. Because he took out the 150 in the previous day, when that ball goes in, you're almost expecting it to go.
Yeah, I know it's going. I can see it. Like I was pointing at it. Yeah, it was going. It was superb. And he's just his approach, his attitude towards the board. He's like, I'm taking this out and sorting this old guy out.
Well, let's talk about yourself, because you're through to finals night again. It's your fourth appearance here, fourth time you've made it through to the finals. In terms of getting there, the record seems to be really, really good. It's a perfect record for yourself. Is the next step now trying to work out the keys to a Saturday?
I think myself personally, I don't really want to think about it too much. Just go up the stage, win your game, walk off. Go up the stage, win your game, walk off. That's the easiest way to think of it. You start getting technical and that. No, that's what ends up messing my head. You know what I mean? But hopefully I can just go up there and perform the way I know I can and ping those doubles.
Just finally, let's have a little bit of an update about you in general, because obviously you dropped off the tour last year, obviously 9 months after it now. How have you felt the darts have gone overall in 2024?
I think in 2024 I'm playing more darts now than I've ever played. I still play my local leagues. I play in Anthony Dundas's vault. I play in that, and I play local leagues Wednesday nights. I play Thursday nights every Thursday, and I still put my hand in at counties. Yeah, I seem to be playing a lot more now than I was, and sometimes it gets tired. Oh, and forgive me, at the seniors, I've really enjoyed the seniors this year, and I'm really looking forward to the seniors tour progressing and getting bigger, and hopefully I can stay fit and play in that.
Dundas still screaming out the 174s?
Yes, he's still screaming out. He loves a 174.
Well, we've loved watching you play, Ross. Many congratulations. We shall see you tomorrow night. One final game to go, and it features Ryan Branley in action. He takes on Dennis van der Ende. I'm going to head back to the commentary box to join Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, one more game, one more opportunity to look at Ryan in this setting before the crowd arrive here to witness this young 16-year-old sensation up there on the Super Series stage. Dennis van der Ende. It's been a completely different day to that of what we have seen from him the last couple of days. The only win he got until today was against Ross Montgomery, the man we've just heard from. The man who was just talking so vividly and so strongly around
First leg, it's Dennis to throw
Ryan
first.
Branley.
Game on.
He actually said he was the only player to beat Ryan Branley so far this week. Can Dennis van der Ende add his name to that roll of honour, and not only add his name to that roll of honour, but do the complete turnaround and go through the card?
Well, the winner of this game will complete the card on Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
96.
You don't get any extra bonus prizes for completing the card, but there will be a psychological victory for one of these two at the end of this game.
32. 96.
Well, it is what you set out to do at the start of the day, isn't it? You do set out to win all the matches. So when you do, it's mission achieved. You get that sense of satisfaction.
60. $99.
There'll be so many people satisfied watching Ryan Branley. There'll be people that see him play in his local area, see him play in his county darts for Northumberland, who know what he's capable of and would have been hoping that he comes here and shows it. And boy, has he shown the level of ability that he has got. And continuing to show it. Do not be surprised if we are watching
Round number coin 72.
the week 2 winner.
$8. Dennis, you require 160.
Wow, this would be a biggie for Dennis. Not going to go. And so Branley is back for 64
60. Ryan, you require
to count
64.
the opening leg against Fro. Tops.
44.
It's below, and so Dennis will come
Dennis,
back
you
for the
require
ton.
100.
Is it tops? But it felt like a half-hearted attempt.
60. Ryan, you require 20.
There'll be nothing half-hearted about this from Ryan.
Game shot on the first leg. Ryan Branley.
Break a throw for Ryan.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Just
game
feels like he's got that little bit more than this group. That little bit more quality, that little bit more class.
100. $60. $177.
Well, Branley, courtesy of that maximum turn,
84.
put himself in a stronghold in this game. He got the break in leg 1, and now 6 darts away from taking out leg 2 in similar fashion.
134.
9 darts thrown, 90 left. This is absolutely top draw once again from Ryan Branley.
100. Ryan, you require 90.
He was quite an outsider at the start of this week. Trading around odds of 22 to 1. I don't think you're going to be getting that tomorrow.
$97. Ryan, you require 16.
Well, he's left himself a double after 12. And a 13 darter has put Ryan Branley 2-0 to the good. Remember, the winner of this game will complete the card on this Friday.
So it's Dennis to throw first.
Branley, a couple of legs away from doing so, at the expense of Dennis van der Ende, who at the beginning of the day
60.
Didn't have a point to his name.
$85.
This is so good, so encouraging from Ryan Branley. Don't think Andreas Harrison is the type of person
96.
to watch when he's not playing his darts, but if he did, I guarantee he will be fair warned here in regards to the ability
96.
of Ryan Branley. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people tuning in tomorrow just to see how far he can go. He's certainly got the ability to go all the way.
56.
There's a possibility that tomorrow night you could have a 16-year-old and a 68-year-old in the final in Martin Adams.
56.
Age is no boundary in this sport.
And if that happened,
59.
there would be a 52-year gap in age between those two players.
$43.
And if so, I don't think there's ever been a bigger discrepancy in age between two players, let alone in this sport, probably in
68.
Any other sport. I mean, the only sport I can think of is bowls. Apart from bowls, I can't think of anything else. Snooker, possibly?
A little bit of an inexperienced start there for Ryan Brandley, and this is just the bit that will develop within his game.
74.
Just the different shots, the different breakdowns, how best to leave finishers in different situations, because when you start going through the levels,
92.
they're the small percentages that make the difference of who wins and who loses.
18. Treble leaves double 7.
Game
Beautiful
shot
from
the third
Dennis.
leg. Dennis van der Ende.
Sumptuous from Dennis. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Talking about snooker, I'm really disappointed that Dennis hasn't left 85 at any point today.
Why is that?
Because in 85, Dennis Taylor won the
60.
infamous Black Ball final against Steve Davis at the Crucible.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
57.
18.5 million people watched that on BBC Two. Biggest ever audience BBC Two has ever had, and probably ever will have.
134.
You'd be alright at a quiz, wouldn't you?
Less said the better.
58.
Apparently in control of this fourth leg. Leading 2-1 against the Dutchman. The game that began the group on Thursday afternoon is the game that's going to end the group here. And that 140 leads him on a finish after 9 darts.
95. Round number 167.
Another one? Not this time.
82.
He's already had the 132, the 150, the 135. And guess what? Guess who's left 85? Not Dennis.
85. Round number quite 85.
Well, he hit 85. It's all 85. Doesn't need to be looking at the 25 and ball here. Sensibly. Comes away and sets it up beautifully. Nice recovery there from the young man.
Leaves himself double 12 to put himself 3-1 to the good.
56. Round number quite 24. Game shot on the
No
fourth
mistake.
leg.
Branley 3-1 up and a leg away from completing the card on this second
Fifth leg,
day.
it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
As for Dennis, his journey may well end here.
100.
How do you think he'll assess his time here, Matt?
I think I can only use one word, and
80.
It'd have to be disappointing. He'll be disappointed with his time here. He'd have qualified, he would have been practicing in the build-up, he'd have been waiting for his opportunity and his chance, and he hasn't, on a consistent basis this week, shown us what he is capable of, and never really looked at landing a blow in terms of the qualification
56.
conversation.
90.
We'll be back at 10 o'clock tonight to see who's going to be in the conversation for the final combination in Group B.
81. 58.
Well, Van der Ende leaving himself first to finish on throw to bring it back to 3-2. And it would force Ryan to serve it out.
11. Dennis should require 160.
This 160. And it's not going to go, not at this juncture, not at this time.
41.
And so Dennis left on 119 to pick it back, two of him one.
65. Dennis, you require 119.
Treble 20 tops. Not to beat. If Bradley hits a two treble turn here, then this leg may not be as academic as one may have thought a few moments ago. The issue is Ryan hasn't found that two treble, is it?
Dennis, you require 60.
Tops, but because his darts stick up, the 60's a tricky finish for him. He'll prefer the open bed of
50.
double 10.
Ryan, you require 148.
Not found.
This could be found though.
60. Dennis, you require 10.
You can see he expects to hit everything.
Game shot on the
Not
fifth
for the
leg.
first time this
Dennis
week. Dennis van
Ende.
der Ende's taken out that 10 the exact same way.
Sixth leg, it's
Starting to make me
Ryan
think
to throw
maybe he
first.
actually goes for the treble
Game
one.
on.
We have seen on various shots where people like to go for the treble over the single to have that focal point rather than just throwing into an area.
96.
Ryan Branley here has the darts to complete the cards on day 2 here in Group C.
100.
He has been the revelation so far in this week and could perhaps be becoming the story of Series 9. That maximum puts him now on the cusp of a win. That would see him end on 18 points. I mean that only Ross Montgomery, the other player that's gone through with him, become the only player to deny him points.
$105.
But this will be some way to finish. He's given us some
65.
fantastic moments today.
Ryan,
3
it require
fantastic
120.
ton plus out shots. And has he saved another big moment for last? Well, there was a possibility that if he didn't like the lie of dart 1, he could have gone ball, but he's left himself 76 to get the game won.
Yeah, I think as his opponent was down, he may have reconsidered, but
59.
plenty of time on his
Ryan,
side
requires
that he
76.
didn't need to take it out on that occasion.
Double 10. And Ryan Branley from Newcastle upon Tyne. Remember his name. A 16-year-old sensation with a darting world at his feet. And he has taken this competition by storm. He has won all 5 games on this Friday afternoon. His latest success, his final success, 4-2 victory against the Dutchman Dennis van der Ende, who ends his campaign. But for Ryan Branley, he is going to be into Saturday night's final on debut. It's been a superb run for him. We're going to hear from him in a few moments' time.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are joined on stage by Ryan Branley, the sensation this week at the Modus Super Series. Ryan, many congratulations on qualifying through to the finals tomorrow night. First and foremost, how are you feeling?
Very excited to be on Saturday night. Came in with no expectations, so it's a bonus.
When you walked in the building yesterday and then you won that first game and you got off the mark quickly, did you think, actually, I'm settled in here quite nicely, I'm enjoying this?
Yeah, it was a great relief to win the first game. It was probably the perfect game to play straight away. Good win, and relaxes into the rest of the day.
And did you feel like as the day was going along, you were picking up more and more momentum as the wins were going along? You just felt like you were playing better?
Yeah, playing a lot better. I was unlucky against Ross, and then the game against Darren, missed nothing really.
What was it like last night when you got back to your apartment or wherever you're staying, you picked your phone up? What was the reaction like yesterday evening?
Just so many people just messaging, saying well done, just loads.
His impact here this week, Matt, has been absolutely superb, hasn't it?
I'm not surprised to know that he's getting lots of messages on his phone, certainly across social media platforms as well. We can see the viewing numbers change when Ryan comes onto the stage. There's a lot of people that are supporting this guy. There's a lot of people that know what he's capable of. And now there's people that watch this programme who maybe didn't know of Ryan before, who now know what he's capable of. He's going to be a serious contender.
Let's talk about today, and I want to talk about the Ton Plus finishes because you had some superb ones. The 1-3-2 to qualify you through. That's some way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know I'd qualified after that.
All right.
Just wanting to play every game, win every game.
Was that important for you, that mentality of, okay, it's a league phase, it's a league format, the Super Series, but I want to treat every single game like a cup final?
Yeah, I've got no friends in darts, just play every game, play the board.
It's interesting just to hear that mentality, Matt, at 16 years of age, because we speak about a lot of young players coming through that maybe they're a little bit raw, that sometimes you need to grow into mentality, but Ryan, straight away, first time here, seems to have that nailed down to a T.
Ominous, isn't it? Ominous signs when you've got the ability that Ryan does, and then you've got that mentality on top of it. And I did allude to yesterday as well. I've had a chat yesterday with Ryan for the first time, and the first thing that stood out to me was how level-headed he is, but also how measured he is in his approach. Realistic expectations. I mean, he's come here and he says it's a bonus to be in finals night. He didn't come here thinking, I'm doing it, definitely do it. It's stepping stones. And when we spoke about what the future looks like, and he tells me, well, his plans for Q School, his plans for the development tour, the realistic expectations, and it keeps it achievable, keeps you achieving, keeps you motivated, keeps you getting success. And I think maybe that bar should just be raised a little bit on the basis of what we've seen so far, but he's a guy who's going to go very, very far.
We're having a look at the 150 and the 135 in back-to-back legs against Ross. To do that says a lot about composure, doesn't it?
Especially at that time, Ryan wasn't playing his best darts. And we say it's great when you're doing things and you're playing well and everything's going lovely for you. So easy to keep playing well. But actually, at that point, the scoring was letting him down. He wasn't scoring well, and then pulls out these big shots. That shows that he's not impacted by what is happening at the period of time. He can brush that aside and bring out those big moments, which, again, is a real testament and a real strong mentality.
Well, Ryan, into tomorrow night's final. First and foremost, I want to talk a little bit about yourself, because a lot of people probably watching you for the first time, and I just want to talk about your journey within the sport, where it all started and how it's taken you to this point right now.
I think I started when I was a 5-year-old. My granddad got us into the game. I think I was about 9 or 10 when I went to my first academy, and then started playing in men's comps at a young age, and then grew as a game got on.
Right there. That line right there, that's what's changed. That's why you're seeing people like Ryan. That's why you're seeing people like Luke Littler, like Thomas Banks. At 9 years old, I went to my first academy. You tell me a time you've interviewed any player on this stage who's had that story. It's always, I got into darts through it, then I went down my local, then I had to sit around for a few years to wait for an opportunity where I could go and play darts, because youth darts wasn't around. Then youth county started in my sort of era. Then we started with development tours, now academies. That is why we're getting this breakthrough.
How important have those academy structures been for you? And you've had, how many tutors have you had within the sport?
I wouldn't say I've had many tutors, but I've been to about 3 or 4 different academies across the northeast. just one started Stake Ford, run by Doug Forburn, who's been a massive help to us.
And now into tomorrow night's final. How much are you looking forward to it? And is there going to be many from the North East supporting you tomorrow?
I know a couple's coming down, but I don't know how many is.
Well, Ryan, you've been an absolute star the last couple of days. Social media really has blown up since you've been on the stage. Many, many congratulations. We'll let you go. Prepare for tomorrow night. Many, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Many congratulations, Ryan.
Thank you.
Well, Matthew Edgar is alongside me to round up what else we've seen. Ryan, you're good to go. Thank you so much for your time. I'll get Matt to take that microphone off you. These are the results from today's session, and Ryan Branley completing the card on day 2. And to be honest, it looked ominous from the first game pretty much, didn't it?
You don't want to say it too much when you stood right there, because you don't know what was going to go through the mind, but head and shoulders above the field. Absolutely head and shoulders above the field. No one really stood a chance with him. No one really threatened him. And it's going to be interesting to see now how he gets on against one of the big hitters at the Super Series, the likes of Andreas Harrison. We're likely to see Justin Smith go through. People that are very experienced on this stage. I'm really looking forward to seeing those clashes tomorrow.
Ross Montgomery, will he feel like a cat that's used up his 9 lives today?
He finds a way, doesn't he? That's experience. There's more ways to win games of darts, and he's a very, very experienced customer. He would have known he would get opportunity in this group. He found the opportunities, and when it needed it, when he needed the big performance, he found it.
So Ross Montgomery through to the final. I just want to spare a thought on Jamie Kelling, because he had a decent enough day today, but it felt like the damage was done on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. Disappointing, I think, will be the best way to put it. He was the favourite to win this group. Maybe that weighed pressure. I spoke at the very start that I didn't like the fact he was favourite. I didn't think it would suit him. He's a guy that likes to come here and play the underdog role, and actually he was getting shot at and he had the target on him rather than him targeting others. The hunter became the hunted.
Well, let's have a look at the table then. Following the completion of Group C, Ryan Branley, 9 wins out of 10 for him. The dominant forward, 18 points to his name. Ross Montgomery, 12 points. Kelling missing out. Van der Ende with 8 points on the final day, but again, Thursday. Too much work for him to do on Friday. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. So we know half the field for tomorrow night's final. Andreas Harrison, the former series champion, he's going to be there. Ryan Branley and Ross Montgomery have booked their places this afternoon. And then tonight, 3 from 5 in that Group B will confirm their places through. Well, we're at that point now where we know half the field and we have a rough idea maybe as to 1 or 2 that are going to make their way through Group B. First of all, Andreas Harrison, do you feel like his hand has been strengthened or weakened on the basis of what you've seen the last couple of days?
I think when we looked at this Group C on name value, we didn't see a threat in there to Andreas Harrison until we watched it. And now we've watched it, we know there's a threat in there, not just to Andreas Harrison, but to this week. And I'm going to go one step further, not just to this week, but potentially to this series. We have just seen a very, very serious contender who, when we look at the mentality, I don't think he's going to come up here and be worried. I don't think he's going to come up here scared. I think he's going to come up here, he's going to play his game, and if it's good enough, it's good enough. And it's good enough.
Just finally, a couple of words and observations on tonight. Justin Smith leads the way. Realistically, a win will be enough for him to head through. But what do you expect all in all in that session?
I worry for Martin Adams. I really do. I said last night I think he's going to struggle as the night went on, and he did. Night 2, another long night. I don't think he's going to play a hand. If there's going to be someone come off the pace, it could be Mike Warburton, who actually lost all his games yesterday. But I think that top 3 is pretty firm.
We'll sort it out tonight. Matt, thank you very much for your company for now. We'll see you at 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B culminates. Justin Smith is in pole position, but everybody is still in the mix. But it's been another remarkable afternoon in Group C today, where Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old sensation from Newcastle upon Tyne, has qualified through to finals night. Ross the Boss will join him, a player aged 16 and a player aged 61 qualifying through the Modus Super Series, the place where worlds collide. Bye from us.